overcome this mismatch challenge. And for that, I will want to begin from my immediate left, isn't it? What do you think?
Thank you so much for this opportunity, and for also the members on the panel here on this critical subject about our youth and the opportunities therein in terms of agribusiness development, and also looking at what entrepreneurship is all about. Direct to the question, I think you have it saying about the skills mismatch. But critically, when we look into this, we really need to look at what are the real issues that now lead to getting these mismatches. First of all, as we sit here, we talk of the average age of a farmer is going up. We are talking of about 64 years. And we are again looking at the rate of unemployment, looking at the numbers that we have in the youth, in the segment of the population. So looking at these two things, then we really need to work very fast, and therefore the skills become a critical thing. When you talk of the mismatches, I think the basis of all this is what has been the narrative all along, because it emanates from how we are training the minds of who is in this field. You get to school and it is one-way flow. It will be these units for you to qualify for this particular kind of a profession in agriculture. Then someone gets into that and it flows like that to the end. But what are we saying about now where you are taking what you have learned? And this connecting to the industry. Yeah, the curriculum is rigid. The curriculum has remained so for the longest time. And so looking at the proponents of this, that is the Ministry of Education, looking at the Ministry of Agriculture, where I come from, what is this that we are talking about, so that we answer these gaps that we are seeing. Taking an example here, again, I want to pose this challenge so that we really get to understand. For those of us who have some little farms and we are doing some things there, I want to ask how many of us have employed people who have gone to school to study that agriculture? I don't know. But in most cases, you pick someone who is, by the way, just someone who has dropped out of school or is in another profession, and you want him or her to do something that gets you to some profit in agriculture. I'm sure you will really fail. And this is where we go wrong. When we are here looking at us as parents and the community at large, sending this learner in school and wanting to have him qualify for this job market and all that, what is this that we tell this person? It begins there. You are going there, but it is a vehicle to get to the end, not the real answer to what the situation is on the ground. And you get out there, someone with a degree in, you see, horticulture and all that, and you can't use that degree. What was this that was fed into your mind, so that at the end of the day, you will put that paper on the desk there and want to venture into another thing? It is about the mind and all these things that we look about in terms of the motivation behind all this. So as we talk about the mismatches and all that, let's see what we are driving in the minds of those who are really in this field, so that at the end of the day, we have the critical skills that get to answer the questions that the sector requires. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you very much. May I remember your name, Bwana Moderator?
Yes. My name is Abuta Ogeto. And
Abuta?
yes, from the TVETA point of view, I would like you to also point out whether you are actually training and giving skills for jobs and issues that are in the Kenyan context and environment or not, or who informs the curriculum that you use to develop these skills and competencies.
Thank you so much, Bwana Abuta. Good morning, colleagues and friends. I repeat again, my name is Paul Mureithi. I'm an assistant director in TVET Authority in charge of standards development. TVETA is a body corporate that regulates and coordinates TVET in the country. Just for information, education and training in the country is regulated in 2 levels. Basic education, we have a director general who regulates and coordinates basic education, or the primary school, secondary school, teacher training colleges. Then we have TVET, and we have a state department for TVET, and TVETA regulates TVET. And then we have the university education, which is the degree structure programs regulated by the Commission for University Education. Now, when we talk about mismatch, if I may come to that question, you realize there are 2 dimensions to mismatch. One is where we have farmers who entered into farming traditionally because maybe they grew within the farming communities and they have not gone to any school to learn any skills, let's say in nursery management, like our young professional young man who is doing very well in tree nursery management. And they got themselves into farming on whichever area without having gone to any kind of training in a formal education setting. Then there is the other category of persons or workers who get into the farming profession, having graduated, let's say, from a TVET or a degree course, but unfortunately, you find that the skills needed for performance of the tasks, let's say that nursery management, the skills needed for nursery management, this graduate from a TVET or from a university does not have the skills needed for that task. That is a mismatch. The how to address it, there are 2 ways of addressing it. 1, the formalized training, and 2, capacity building of the farmer. Those are 2 approaches. I want to say this, that we have been having this issue of skills mismatch for quite some time, but since we came into office through the enactment of the TVET Act, Cap 210A, in 2013, TVETA has done its best to address the issues of skills mismatch by requiring that all training must be informed by the industry. What do I mean? If you are training persons in nursery management, then the persons who are working as professionals in the horticultural industry and they have broad experience in nursery management practices are the ones who inform what to train. As much as research has its space, these workers who are incumbent expert workers inform the development of what we call occupational standards. And these occupational standards are then utilized for the development of a competency-based curriculum. May I say that where we are now as a country, especially in TVET, and for us who may not be in the education and training sector, I want to just let you know that TVET has grown in great in great lengths. We have very many of our youths who are already in TVET institutions. Just for information, some of our institutions have to the tune of almost 18,000 students, some of them. Today we have 29 national polytechnics, and you can imagine national polytechnics, majority of them have over 10,000 students. And the training today is competency-based.
Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you. I'd like to cut you short. We are coming back to you.
Thank you.
Now, to Madam Agatha, of course, you are supporting various organizations of farming communities. And of course, they do bring their problems to you. And they say, we need support here, we need support there. Now, when you look at the competencies they need and the skills they need, what are the most pronounced skills and competency gaps and needs that they have? And perhaps what options do you have on your plate to navigate them?
Thank you very much, Mr. Abuta. I'll talk more from now the market side and perhaps bring out some of the glaring issues that the market has found, because this is a conversation that we have been having. We've had a meeting with the PSTVET. We've also had meetings with the deans of the faculties of agriculture. In fact, at the moment, we have running a forum where on a monthly basis we have meetings with the deans of the faculties of agriculture. And also mention something that comes from the market, some of the issues that are coming from the market. And I think one of the things that we are finding as a challenge from the graduates that are, for example, seeking jobs in the agriculture sector, and especially from the private sector companies, because I'm representing here associations that are employing. Just the other day we had a visit to one of our flower farms here in Naivasha. Just to make, for example, the deans of the faculties of agriculture from our universities appreciate what is happening in flower farms. And we have deliberately decided and agreed with the other members of the private sector that they open doors for institutions to visit, the lecturers in the universities to visit, so that they can also look at how we tailor the curriculum to suit the needs. I think one of the things that we have really found as graduates, of course from TVET and from the universities are hired, is incompetence. And what do I mean by incompetence? The private sector wants an employee that is all round. First of all, they understand the subject. But there are also other very interesting issues that are coming up. For example, the attitude towards work by the graduates. You find somebody who comes to, for example, the office, and they are not talking to anybody the whole day. They are on their phones, and they are on their phones, and they are supposed to be working. And when you are working, you have to be a team player. But the kind of graduates sometimes that are coming into the market, they are smart. But I don't know what is happening. They want to stay on their phones other than become part of the bigger team. And of course, because of the varied nature of the employers in the sector, understanding the subject is also a challenge, especially at the interviewing level. So these are some of the things that we are finding, that you get graduates, but in terms of understanding the subject, they don't clearly understand. The other one is, you asked what we are doing about this.
Yes.
And one of the things that we have done, and we have a National Agriculture Summit that happens every year, is to, as much as possible, invite both the lecturers and the students from the universities to participate in the summit so that they can start appreciating what the sector is like and what the sector needs. Yesterday when I went out for a meeting, I was actually discussing planning, and we have, in our planning committee, we have invited the chairman of the University Deans Forum to sit in the planning committee so that we can also, incorporate them, not just in the planning, but also deliberately make sure that the students participate. Okay. We also have TVET on board.
Okay. Yes.
Okay, I can see you want to cut me short, but just give me 1 minute kindly.
Okay. Yes.
We've also reached out to PS TVET. We've had a meeting with the PS TVET, and what we are doing with the TVET, we have agreed with the PS that it's not now going to be attachment or internship, but we want the private sector to train, and that is what he mentioned. The private sector to train the TVET graduates. So the private sector is willing, and we are actually taking in. This is a process that has started. We are taking in, and what we have done, we have identified 5 associations. The Avocado Society of Kenya, the Fertilizer Association of Kenya, AEK, Agrochemical Association of Kenya, and also the Kenya Tea Growers Association. So what we have done, we've had our initial conversations. Can we pilot with the 5 associations and see how companies within these associations can actually bring in TVET graduates, and the Kenya Flower Council, because TVETs are also the Kenya Flower Council. Okay. So we've already started the conversations, and we want to see that the graduates are training within the company so that they understand the nitty-gritties of what is required.
Thank you so much. We will revisit that matter in our second question, because that is an emerging practice which is really promising. Now, Dr. Mkalama, as you answer this question, I'll also want you to point out whether the university is still relevant for people in the agriculture sector. And this is what I mean. My colleague pointed out that the average farmer is about 64 years. And the average graduate perhaps is almost 20, 25 years or thereabout. And whether universities are relevant in this case. And if so, then where does the problem arise?
Thank you, Dr. Abuta. Now, just by way of background, I'm with the Faculty of Business at the University of Nairobi. Basically, I would like to look at agriculture as a business. But I also have another added cap. One of my earlier degrees was in agricultural economics, so I'm fairly familiar with some of this ground. Now, in terms to the specific issues at hand, we are looking at a situation whereby we have, I would probably say, disconnected education systems. The education systems are fairly disconnected. But we are also looking at a very dynamic environment. We have so many issues we have to contend with, which starts with what we'll probably call with generational issues, an external environment that is talking to changing climatic change, changing products, technology coming in, which some of us are still grappling with. And when I mean some of us, I'm talking of all of us as farmers. How much of this knowledge can be input into the agricultural business? So some of the things that become really, really critical then is what are the particular skills that we need. Remember, if you look at our curriculum, it assumed a static environment. It assumed that everything will be the same. You just needed to know to do specific things and you're okay. This is like training somebody to know how to fix a bicycle puncture. The reality is nowadays, what is more current are boda-bodas, the piki-pikis, not bicycles. So the question is, did we upgrade our curriculum to look at fixing punctures for the piki-pikis and not the bicycles? That is probably where we lost the plot. And to your question, are universities relevant? To the extent of what do you want universities to do? And if you look at, universities are basically what you'll call specialized training. By the time you reach university level of education, the nature of training that you're looking at gets very specialized. If you're in the Faculty of Agriculture, it is very specialized. If you're sitting in business, as I'm sitting in business, it is very specialized. But incidentally, knowledge needs to converge at a certain level. And I think that's where we are missing the game, because we need to converge all this knowledge so that when we are discussing agriculture, it is from a converged point of view, so that we are picking little bits of knowledge from everywhere and using it to be able to get the business to work. We are seeing a situation whereby, in the sense of getting agriculture as a business, if you've ever thought of a choir which is not singing well, is not harmonized. In fact, look at when we normally have the National Prayer Day, when our Waheshimiwas are singing. That is a very perfect example of a choir which sings off key. All of those guys, they think, so long as you're shouting the words, you're singing. This is what we are seeing in the agricultural sector. We are all singing in an off-key manner. Every person, we have the engineers, we have the business people, we have the seed experts. Every person thinks they are singing. And now we have this generational issue of the youths who are thinking, you guys are experts, but we are not hearing the song. We are not enjoying the song you're singing, and everybody is shouting out there on the stage. So we need to harmonize all this, and it talks to inter-agency, inter-generational. All of us need to have, basically, I don't want to use the words which are used out there. We need to have conversations, all of us, to harmonize all this so that it is a harmonized choir. That is what we are lacking right now. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you, Daktari. Now that you've opened me up into this, I would like then, perhaps in a minute or so, when you talk about stakeholders partnerships, that is the private sector, industry, academia, government regulation and all that, then it means that we appreciate there is a disconnect somewhere, and which needs to be addressed. And I will want to open it all to the panelists so that they can give their view in this regard. And that is to ask, well, then in this collaboration, who do you think should be the leader to be able to organize this? Because if the private sector becomes the leader, they will always pull to their interests. If the government becomes the leader, somebody is going to feel, well, they have not been doing it well previously. Or the academia, they will say, well, you do not know what is in the market. Who do you think should be able to organize this and lead this process so that we can have a more coherent partnership between these stakeholders?
Thank you very much. And I have the benefit of having the microphone, so I can throw the first stone.
Yes.
The only people we pay to do their work is the government, because we pay by taxes. They need to harmonize all this, okay? The rest of us, private sector, they pay taxes. So they expect a service. The university, we are supposed to give some knowledge, but for some reason, our knowledge is disconnected. People tend to think we are operating in an abstract world. But that's what we are paid to do, to be abstract. The question is, how do we come down to the world? Okay? So now, who takes the lead? I would say probably at the policy level. And policy is largely, public policy is largely, and not exclusively, largely driven at a government level. Not exclusively, I have to stress that, not exclusively. So they have to be the choir masters in this. And they have to know who provides the bass. The bass probably, I don't know who is the bass in this case, who does the soprano, who does the alto. The academy will give you all this information. We will tell you this is the best marketing approach. We will tell you these are the generation issues that you have to deal with. This is the technology that exists. You look at the current young people, there's nothing wrong with them being on phone, because that has come through some science. The question is, what do we get them to do with those phones? Because that's where we get it wrong. Let's not condemn them. Let's not throw stones at them. How do we change them? Right now we have something we are calling artificial intelligence, which is threatening to wipe out all careers right now. So how do we get artificial intelligence to work? In agriculture, in the agri-space, it is working. I mean, the lawyers are very worried. You can get judgments. In some parts of the world, they are getting court sessions which are AI generated. The academy, we know that. You can do your literature review. You can do a lot of research, AI generated. So how do we get relevant technology for us? And I think this is a particularly African or developing world problem, because a lot of technology that we get comes shipped in. So how do we get technology that talks to our problems, not talks to other problems?
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Yes, Madam Agatha, you also have a 1 minute right of reply.
Thank you very much, and I want to agree that we need to get out of our silos. I think that has been a very serious challenge in the industry. But how can we best bridge this? Let me give an example of our industry academia partnership, and I think it's really bearing fruit because through that we are able to get a lot of information from the academia. Like I mentioned, we have that forum. We have a forum with the TVETs. But let me give an example of an experience that we had with the youth in Western Kenya. There is a program that we implemented in some of the counties in Western Kenya, Kakamega, Vihiga, Bungoma. And what we did, we identified our SMEs in that region. And this is very good, especially for the counties represented here, because we saw it work very well, and we identified some of the best agricultural SMEs operating within the counties. In Kakamega, we have very nice dairy farms. You won't believe it. We had one farm that was milking an average of about 52 liters per cow per day. Madam, I'm forgetting the name of the farm, but it's such a beautiful farm where the farmer is, the owner of the farm is doing, is milking his cows by machine, is doing his own feed formulation, and I saw fantastic records of the history of the animals, including the lactation periods and how much the animals are supposed to be fed with. And we identified some youth and requested the farms to take them in for 3 months. 3 months. And I tell you, after 3 months, those youths were really, you know, their attitudes were changed. They could see there is money coming from the dairy sector, for example. And I'm talking about so many other value chains. I'm just giving an example of dairy. And at the end of the 3 months, the farm was able to absorb some of the youths, but others found the need to go and initiate their own, their own programs. And I thought that was very good. It's something that really the counties should take up, because projects may not effectively be able to do this and absorb all the youths. So they also have very good poultry farms, and some of the youths, we took them to poultry farms. And I tell you, some of them, we are still in contact, and they are doing a fantastic job, even with their own enterprises, like the gentleman who gave a presentation here.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Now coming to TVETA, as you respond to that question, also bear in mind that there is this narrative that those people go to TVETs. They are those who have failed to get into university, and that becomes a second option. Whether that is also a factor to be considered in making sure that this collaboration works best.
Thank you so much, our moderator. Number one, I want to concur and agree with Daktari that policy is a responsibility of government. If we do not have sound policies, then the issue of skills gap, skills mismatches will continue. Fortunately, the government, and I also want to agree with Madam, the government especially, if I speak specifically for the State Department for TVET, we are leading from the front to ensure that we have vibrant industry engagement when it comes to skills development. And I want to say this, colleagues, that skills development is not rocket science. It's something that is achievable in very simple ways. May I say that we have already, the government has already put in place what we call sector skills committees. And what is pending is a sector skills council. The sector skills committees are industry driven. And the idea is to ensure that for all available jobs and skill areas within the country, we have sector skills committees that spearhead development of occupational standards. Occupational standards are the ones that speaks to the requirements of a job and job tasks. So that if we want to produce Irish potatoes, and I'm lucky to have a background in agriculture, if you want to produce potatoes like these ones, all you need are the skills that goes to production of potatoes, from land preparation to the issue of sowing the seeds themselves, to management of the field with regards to pests and diseases and weeds, watering the crop in case you are doing irrigation. And what we are doing is that any curriculum that is being implemented, right now if you go to our TVET institutions, you find that every curriculum that is being implemented has an occupational standard that has been informed by the industry. That's number one. Number two, let me say this, my brother. TVET is not for those who have failed. Just for information, we are having graduates from our directors university and other universities, our Dr. They finish a degree and then they are coming back to our TVET institutions for skills. Because today we are also recognizing what we call microcredits. If you are in a production line, there are specific tasks that maybe you are required to perform within the production line. You may have a whole degree, but you are only doing a certain piece of work, and you are able to equip you with those skills that are needed for that piece of work and recognize through certification. That is what we call micro-credentialing. We are also having partial certification today in TVET, which we call certificates of competency. Today, as we speak, and I want to agree with you, madam, we are training with the industry. I noted within, I was not able to read all the documents concerning this conference, but I came across something like experiential learning. We have gone to the extent where dual training is being entrenched in the country. We already have dual training in various programs where a trainee is spending, let's say, 50% in a TVET institution and 50% in the industry. All right? So that at the end of the day, this trainee will not, at the point of graduation, will never say that this trainee is having any skills gap.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you.
And I don't know, my time is too little. I feel like I can...
No, not really.
Okay.
It is rushing.
Okay.
I'm also looking at it.
Okay.
We've got only 3 minutes left.
Thank you very much.
So perhaps we can give him 1 minute, and then we can have, with the permission of Ambassador, another 1 minute for closing remarks. Thank you.
Thank you. I think you asked about who is the driver of all this so that we avoid these gaps. And clearly it has been pointed out, this is from a policy angle, and the government is actually responsible for this. It should not run away. It's just that there are steps that have been made, but the miles they have taken to be implemented or taken up is what we really need to question. Because if we are talking about youth, actually we have the affirmative action in every plans that we have, both at the national and county governments, that there is a percentage of what we need to consider about youth issues, youth matters, so that we have this going. And we've seen those pronouncements. We've seen what task forces and all manner of interventions that have been put in place just to cut about matters youth. And we believe once this is brought out, and especially when every other stakeholder is called upon to give the input that is required to make that sustainable, then that is where we really need to come and sing the various tones that we are supposed to sing properly, as Dr. Ari mentioned. Right now, as you are speaking, I think with all that is going on, we are on a process about developing what we are calling an Agri-Connect Compact. And it is going to speak to issues about youth and job creation in agriculture. Because when we have all these strategies, we have all these policies, I'm sure for us implementing and for those of us interacting with those strategies and policies, there is no direct mention of what jobs we are really creating, so that we answer this question and get out of it so that we see action. I think we are doing it, and very soon we'll be called upon in the processes about policy making, so that we have the participation. That house that was mentioned here yesterday, we really need to be there so that we get our milestones, we get our issues marked, so that we have a successful implementation of all the interventions that we are talking about.
Thank you so much. Now, because our time is up, I want to give another opportunity to the panelists to make a concluding remark. And as they do that, in perhaps a minute each, they should paint a picture, at least from where they sit, how success should look like in bridging the gap between the learning that is there right now and the ideal learning and skills that are needed to be able to transform the agribusinesses from informal, they become formal, and they even become multinational. So what should that success look like in terms of skills, in terms of bridging the gap between the skills that we have right now and the ideal skills that should be there? So in a minute each, please, because of time, and I don't want to offend a diplomat for that sake. Thank you.
Again, because I have this, Mike, I think the best situation to have all these gaps answered is what we saw yesterday. It is about the stories being told as they are by those practicing what they are doing, so that we have that, faster adoption and ease of learning by those who wish to get into this space. I'm sure when Chepto talks to the masses in a particular forum and, connect with that age set, I'm sure this is what we really need. We should get out there and have these stories told as they are. Let's have more of this. I'm sure if in that prime time news hour, if we had opportunities of 5 or so youth speak about this, then we'll forget about what goes on in terms of the normal things that we hear in politics and all that we need to do regarding development. Let these stories come from the horse's mouth and let them be documented, played over for the longest time, so that we have the impact done. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Our moderator, how success would look like. What was the name of the gentleman who has just presented here? Joseph. That is how success would look like. Exactly. What did he say? That he could not do record keeping. I want to believe even budgeting was a problem. He did not understand how to get funding. Training, when you bridge the skills gap, the worker is able to perform the task to the ideal or to the best global practice. So Joseph is a best case or example of how success would look like. A farmer who uses, for example, dairy farming. She has talked of machine milking. There is the hard milking. A farmer who pulls the teats then is equipped with the right skill and uses a squeezing method. That is how it looks like. I want to say this, that to transform from informal to formal. For example, if a farmer does not keep records, and now he is able to keep records. If a farmer does not budget, today he is able to budget. You have already transformed. If a farmer operates a bank account, now you become formal. That's how you transform through skills development. And I just call upon all of us, because I perceive, because we are a mix of industry holders, stakeholders here, the industry who are here, let's continue to partner in training and much more. I am in a project with the Dutch, where we are in tea. And one of the things we are doing together with the University of Kambianga is to equip the farmer who did not even go to school. Because again, that's another area of skills gap. But we can't do that without the industry also coming together, so that we also equip the farmer, not only the. But I also have a word for my colleague in the university. For TVET, we have done, can I say, very well. Madam is already attesting, because she is in contact with our peers. TVET, we are doing fantastic. And just give us 1, 2, 3 years, and you find the kind of graduates. But universities, my brother, we need to up one game a bit. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. And what I mentioned is that we have also realized that the industry has been working away from the universities. And that is why we have also deliberately brought the universities through our Industry Academia Forum. So I want to emphasize partnerships. Look at the way we are in this place. Let's strengthen our partnerships. And I believe Kabe, universities, the industry, if you have a second phase of this program, let's work together with all this. Let's run the program through with all these partners. That's important. To the youths, the youth officers from the county, I know, because I have worked in Nyandarua, we have circles that would be willing to take in young graduates from TVETs, from the universities, and put them under 6 months, under a 6 months program, so that we reskill them. We reskill them so that they are able to practically understand what is happening, I want to believe that those youths, upon leaving, that 6 months program will be able to have changed maybe their way of thinking. And by the way, we are also members of the dual training committee. So for me, I think partnerships is the way to go. Let's see how we work together, open doors for collaboration, and together we can replicate so many Josephs. And the other team that was here yesterday, we can replicate so many of them. And there are very many initiatives that the youths can do out there, but we need to work together to support them to identify those initiatives through the training that he's talking about. Small things that will make these young people be able to actually take up initiatives, not in the city, but in the counties, because that is where the action is. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Having the benefit of having the microphone last. Now, there's a role for all of us. There's a role for all of us. It's all about complementarity, being able to work together, and most critically, being able to implement all these plans that we keep on saying. Because if you look at all the plans, all the policies for this country, we have had so many and very excellent plans. It's always about implementation. Addressing myself specifically to the issues at hand, one of the things that I would like to challenge all stakeholders, knowledge is at a stage whereby it's being democratized. Any person can access knowledge through technology. Just look at the things that we use, WhatsApp, TikTok, who taught us? And these are the things that the youth are using. These are the things that we are learning. Maybe it is time we asked ourselves the curriculums and the standards that we are developing. Are they pertinent? Are they relevant to the technology that is there? Because that's where the young people are learning. If you see them spending more time on that, there is something they are picking from there. So how much can we use using those platforms rather than use a brick and mortar approach whereby sit people in a classroom, give them an examination? That we've proved over time is not working. From a university level, what we are seeing increasingly is that we definitely need to work with everybody and to get the quantum leap that we require, because we cannot be physically present. The story of West Pokot, the story of Joseph, that story needs to get to other parts of the country. because Joseph may not be physically across. The only way the person will get other people in the other part of the country understanding it can work are through these platforms. So how much of that can we use? Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you. The panelists have done well, isn't it? Indeed, we can give them a clap. I would like to say this. I think they deserved much better. They can do that, right? Okay. All right. Yes. He's actually requested me to field the questions, but I want us to give them a better clap. How many of you know the Nyayo clap? Ile ya Moi? Yeah, so this is what it goes. If I say once, you clap 3 eyes. Like that, until I say funga, fungua. Isn't it? Yeah, okay, fine. So for our panelists, let's... Tena, asante, mbarikiwe, funga, fungua. Thank you so much. Now the questions. Okay, very well. I can see these come, but I think let's let the ladies go first, and then we come.
Very exciting, and sitting at programming level, it's not working. I like the conversations that are coming. I like the conversations, and yesterday I got comments from the youth that youth would like to speak for themselves, and having one of and she has various employees, and actually she said yesterday that she has 30 permanent employees. Is it 30 or 20? And some seasonal employees. Would like to hear from her if she faces such skills gap in her enterprise. As a very practical example, what are these that she faces in her enterprise? And how is she able to bridge these gaps in terms of skilling? That is one. To the panelists, I've heard Tiveta and ASNET saying that they have it's called a government, it's called a industry academia kind of model, so that they link the academia to industry. I would like to know whether we have these successful models or enterprises that we can learn from. Are there any frameworks that have been developed that we can leverage on if we want to move to the next level and bridge these gaps? Are there frameworks that are laid that we can plug in and start working immediately with these frameworks to be able to bridge the gaps that we have experienced even with the youth that we are interacting with? And I am happy, I think I should be paid for taxes by, it's called Joseph. He was my student for record keeping. And I'm happy that record keeping is bringing business from Ethiopia. So you bring mshahara ya mwalimu hapa. Asante.
Thank you. We can take the other question, and then we get Faith to give a remark, and then we can have the responses before we go to another set of questions.
Thanks, panelists. This is a very interesting panel, and I wish we could have a whole day with them so that they can shed the lights. In a 2-year interaction with the youth, basically skill gaps have always surfaced. And when we had a policy dialogue in which we invited Paul Murid of TVET authority, I think we missed you in that particular dialogue because of competing activities. It's good that today you are here. I would have expected the youths, yourself, the questions you are giving us, to ask this panel. You should not just keep quiet. Ask them so that they can be able to really relate with your situation. What I would ask is, how is TVET addressing the issue of curriculum in a TVET institution? As you move around in a TVET institution, you see that the preference is masonry, plumbing, nothing related to agriculture in most of them. And yet, agriculture is the mainstay of the Kenyan economy. How are you ensuring that standards are kept so that we can have youths who can be able to acquire the relevant skills? To the university, that's where we have even a bigger problem. People who are trained even at certificate level or trained at a diploma level seem to be more competent for the job market than the university graduates. And Dr. Ben said that they are paid to be abstract. What can we do to ensure that you are responding to the industry or the job market? Thank you.
Many thanks indeed. Now maybe Faith to say something and then we get the responses. Kindly. Oh, a question.
Yes, thank you so much. I'm Jack. My question goes to Madam Agatha and also University of Nairobi. This year, it was May, we had an event that brought on board a number of 4K Club members to just come and learn what is ongoing in the potato industry so that they can develop the passion, both for at primary level, 4K clubs, and also high schoolers. Now I want to understand, Madam Agatha mentioned something to do with annual agricultural forum or summit. Do you think it's very key to have this 4K club or the young ones come on board and they are able to learn these skills practically and they're able to see opportunities? Because most of us from the rural setup, tumezoea ile hali ambapo you are being told, go to the farm, enda ulime, enda tupalilie, but at the end of it all, ukiangalia the benefit analysis, then it is not productive or adding up. So that's why there is issue of perception and also skill gap. So I will like to hear your response if you think we should engage them at an early stage and how frequent should we do that. Then to University of Nairobi, do you think it's possible we can strengthen a number of the universities that we have to have agricultural associations at the campus level so that these associations, they will be able to partner with a number of partners in the industry and they're able to see what is ongoing, they're able to practically understand, and they're able to take up the advantages so that we just don't focus on what we learn theoretically, but we are able to interact. And through these associations, you will find that now the interest is more of first-hand, and these learners at the campus, they are able to directly interact. So I would like to hear your response, and I think that's okay. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Yes.
Is there a connection between theory and practice? Chicken and egg, isn't it? We shall discuss maybe later. She's saying,
Yes.
what's the question? You share experience.
Yeah,
at least.
is whether at your farm there is a skills mismatch, and whether you experience such skill mismatch problems among your employees. Yes.
Okay, thanks. So, yeah, like I said, mostly we just engage the youth and if they are graduates, not graduates, across the community. So we usually have a lot to do when it comes to training. But we have been having, through our own efforts, but and also other partners, such as currently we are partnering with MEST to employee training upscaling, whereby they fund consultants, and then the consultants come and sit with our employees. They train them if it's record keeping, gender equality, and so forth. And also, I think we are also working closely with the food handling consultants to make sure like the ones who are in the processing are well, having refreshers every now and then for them to comply. Yeah.
Thank you so much. Now I think we can throw it back. We may want to start with...
there is one.
There is
maybe
one?
The last one.
Oh.
Thank you very much. My name is Gwen Waswa from ICT Authority. Mine is a comment. I wish to provide a solution for especially agriculture. If they could have a mentorship or internship structured program where it's specific to agriculture, because it will now address issues to do with agriculture. Just like at the authority, we have a program, it's an internship, but it is specific to ICT. It has components that each and every intern must be able to go through. That's the way we bridge the gap. So they can have it at different levels, and it's about bridging the gap between academia and the gap between what they have learned and the work environment. So if agriculture can have specific to agriculture, we are willing to work with them so that they can have a structured one. They can do at grassroots level, in all levels of the academic. So university graduates can have theirs like that. That way we will be able to bridge the gap. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I think help is already coming, isn't it? Okay, we may want to start from you, and then we go this way.
Thank you. And I appreciate all the questions that have come. Number one, it's unfortunate that I've heard that my brother has talked about having an experience of 2 years with some youths who are being engaged at the workplace but having skill gaps. And the question was, how is TVET addressing the issue of curriculum in TVET? And I also, by extension, why do we have a leaning on some programs and not agriculture? That's a very good question. One, as I said, today we are training with the industry from the curriculum development. Actually, I said I'm in standards. We already have occupational standards to the tune of about 200 of them in different skill areas. And that tells you, and all these occupational standards have been developed by the industry. Industry includes the people sitting here. You may not have been part of the team, but you can be sure the industry has been extensively involved. Why do we have a leaning towards certain programs? The mainstream TVET for a long time has leaned towards some fields, for example, building and construction, automotive engineering programs, mechanical engineering programs, and in a very small way in agricultural programs. But I want to say this, that we still have adequate programs, quite a substantial amount of programs in agricultural areas. For example, the Kenya School of Agriculture, which is TVET in nature, and actually it's one of our institutions that we accredit, only offers agricultural programs. You can go to some other institutions like the Bukura Agricultural College, which is one of our TVET institutions, also offers agricultural programs only. We also have institutions, specialized institutions like Ahiti, which only offers agricultural and related programs. Dairy Training Institute, which is here. But I know what our brother here is asking. When you come to the TVET institutions within the Ministry of Education, majority of the programs are outside the agriculture main field, but we have them. We have them for crop production, animal production. You also have, okay. So we have them, and may I say this? Today we have even programs which are aimed at equipping very specific skills. For example, sheep sharing, just focusing on the how you share sheep. This week, I'm supposed to be in a workshop that is developing some programs in floriculture. Yeah? Specifically, short courses aimed at equipping people working in the flower industry with specific skills. Not long programs, short programs. So we have them in agriculture. I know time is not on our side. How are we ensuring that standards are kept to ensure trainees get relevant skills? I think that one I've already said. The issue of ensuring we have occupational standards. Occupational standards inform curriculum. Then curriculum, once implemented, you are assured that you are training the right skills. And the other one is people, okay, that was a fair comment. People in TVET seem to be more competent. That is very true, and I can tell you for free. I am trained in agriculture myself, bachelor's degree at that level. And I can tell you for free, even the first degree ought to be highly competent based. If I graduate and I cannot graft a mango tree and I've graduated with a degree, I'm not fit for purpose. You see? I'm not fit for purpose. So I want to believe, and we have been having fora with universities also, so that they are also able to absorb our TVET graduates. Otherwise, if our TVET graduates want to progress for degree programs, they have been trained in a competency-based manner, then they get to the degree program maybe for 3 years or so, only to find only theories that waters down. Then I don't know whether my questions are exhausted, but I think yes, that's it. Unless there's a follow-up question, thank you.
Okay, maybe we can follow up a little later, and we hope to see courses specifically on avocado and mangoes. Yeah. They are okay. Very well. Thank you. Thank you.
I wish I had a lot of time.
Yes. Yes. Okay. Yes.
I have learned the development of occupational standards in the country, and of course, appointed by the PS, and also the development of competence-based curricula for TVET in the entire country. So I can tell you all the programs that we have. I have them there in the laptop.
Okay.
Everything.
Thank you. So that is the right man to see for all those causes.
So actually, when we visited the PS TVET, she admitted that they are doing very well in the other programs except agriculture. And that's the reason we wanted to have a meeting with them. But since then, we have had 2 meetings. And like I mentioned, we've identified 5 value chains. And at the moment, we are working with the TVET. In fact, we have 2 contact officers that have been placed in the program from the PS's office. And that's already happening. Now, Lucy asked about some successful models that are working, and yes, we do have some very successful models, especially for reskilling of graduates so that they are absorbed in the industry. And I will refer you to one model that I think is really successful, one between our graduates and some fertilizer companies in Kenya. I can refer you to one of the fertilizer companies, for example, Elgon Kenya Limited, which is doing a fantastic job. So they have a partnership and a memorandum of understanding between them and the University of Nairobi. So every year, they take on board 25 students selected jointly between the University of Nairobi and Elgon. And the industry is able to support the graduates within some stipend, not a salary. But I know they are getting at least 25,000 shillings every month. And they go through a very intensive training program for 6 months. And after 6 months, some of them already bring out their potential. You know, basically, you are training very educated people. By the way, the students that we are taking to the universities are very good. And that is why the curriculum is very important so that we can position them to take up challenges in the industry. And within 6 months, they are so good. Some of them find their way back into the job market in the industry, and others are able to initiate their own enterprises. I think that is a successful model. Now there was something about the 4Ks. How is the private sector and how is the private sector supporting the 4K clubs, and especially this? Let me mention something about the summit, and then I'm going to ask my colleague here, who is in the ministry, because we are in partnership, can explain briefly how the 4Ks are working. But the National Agribusiness Summit is a very good forum for exposure to our youths in primary schools, in tertiary institutions, and also the university. And I mentioned that we have placed there the chairman of the Dean's Forum, the Industry Academia Dean's Forum, to sit in our planning committee, who is Professor Maina from Kenyatta University, who is the Dean of the Faculty of Agriculture at Kenyatta University. He is sitting in our planning so that he can support us to mobilize the youth to not just attend the summit, but also to participate fully in the summit. So let me give my next half minute to...
Yes, sure, indeed.
Thank you. I'll get to the 4K clubs and probably the young farmers clubs in schools. The biggest problem and what we are seeing about people getting into this space of agriculture, the diminishing intake of students in agricultural-based courses emanates critically from what we call the mindset about what agriculture is. If I put here, or if I ask every one of us here to paint a farmer, I'm sure you have that picture. And this has been, over time, looked at as a last resort when you talk of agriculture. And that's why there was the question of how many students are getting into agricultural courses. You find it comes like the last resort. So starting this and to have the interest so that we have a critical mass of people taking agriculture, we start at that early age, and we have the 4K clubs running. We revived them in 2021. And as we speak now, we have registered 2,365 clubs with a membership of 230,625 learners across the country, taking this issue seriously. And I'm telling you, from what you saw, that was at the World Potato Day, I'm sure. Those are learners, just as a sample, from Nakuru County, but all over the place. And with the forums that you are talking about, we are engaging these club members in the various activities so that they get skills from all over the place. As we are speaking, there are those headed to the Africa Climate Summit that is coming in September, just by virtue of participating in a thematic area that we call environmental conservation. So the clubs are back, And what I will urge all of us is get back to that school that you went, because I'm sure you went to a particular primary school there, and adopt that school for a 4K club initiative. Get to high school, do the same for the young farmers clubs, and this is how we'll change this narrative. So a lot is happening, a full-fledged program with a number of activities across board that will entice these learners to get into agriculture. Thank you.
Thank you. Now finally, Daktari.
Thank you so much. I'll just, a lot of what I would have wanted addressed has been addressed by my co-panelists. I'll just want to probably provide some bit of emphasis on one or two things. Number one, there's a question by Mr. Odame about somebody who is trained at the university vis-a-vis somebody with a diploma or a certificate. What is the level of competence that we'll expect vis-a-vis what we actually see? I would actually look at that in a scenario of, if you are looking for a plumber to fix a tap, will you go for a water engineer or will you go for that basic plumber? It all depends on what you want this person to do. By the nature of our training, the nature of our curricula, we have structured it differently, okay? And that's why I keep on saying, our curriculum changes have probably not been dynamic. They've probably not really understood what it is that we need to look at, because they've tended to be static. And if you look at where we came from, many, many years back at the beginning of this country, we envisaged a situation whereby we will have people at certificate, people at diploma, people at certain levels doing different kinds of things. But what has happened, the economy has changed in another way, that we are having now more qualifications at a higher level. So then these guys are coming now to do jobs at a lower level without a change in curricula. So obviously, you'll have gaps. I like what Mr. Lusweti has said about the clubs, the associations. There's a gentleman who said, what is the role of agricultural associations in universities? We have associations in universities, and by all means we encourage everybody who wants to partner with them. At least I know for University of Nairobi, we are actively working with whoever we want to partner with. These associations, these clubs are what then complements what we do in class. Because in class you have defined hours, defined curriculum, defined programs, which you can only such limited practice. We have options for attachments, but what we are clearly seeing is that the attachments are not good enough. Okay? So we need to complement this with the extra associations, extra clubs to be able to complement the skills so that the people can be able to do the basic, what you will consider to be the basic tasks and jobs. Then there's the other issue of theory and practice. You cannot separate the two. They go together. And they reinforce each other at different stages. And I'll give you an example. Again, I'm using a plumber as an example. The other time I was having a discussion. There's these pipes you call PPR, and then there are the other pipes, I don't know, I'm trying to remember what they're called, which are being phased out. If you're dealing with a plumber who was taught many, many years back, they will probably be using the other kind of pipes, but you're told there are these other types of pipes which have come in. And this is an example I'm using because I've been trying to irrigate some piece of land, and I was told the best pipes are PPR to get the level of volume and water you want. But the plumber I'm dealing with is trained in the old school. So he claims he does not have the tools, he does not have the competence to be able to fix that, so I have to get in another plumber. And these are real discussions because somebody along the way, I believe it came through the academy and then through research, brought in this pipe called PPR. Of course, the question will be, why do we change the specs of what we use? That's what the import of the academy and research comes in. There are always new and better ways of doing this, but it does not take away the need for practice. Practice is so important to get the thing done. And last but not the least, the interest is so important. We've seen, as Mr. Lusweti has mentioned, we've seen declining rates of people joining agricultural-based courses in universities. And that itself is a worry because, first of all, in as much as we are struggling to train, we are not having enough who are coming in. And so it needs to start from there. What are the things we need to fix to be able to get, first of all, an attraction in and then get them with the right training? I hope I've addressed all the concerns that were raised on my end. Thank you.
Dr. Mkalama, Madam Agatha, Mr. Mureithi, and Mr. Lusweti for your contributions. We really appreciate you. And lastly, we can give them another round of applause. This time round, not the Moi clap, but at least one heavy one, isn't it? Thank you. Oh yeah, 3, go. Oh, I didn't give you the formula, isn't it? Okay, you are intelligent. Okay, so you follow me. If I say 1, we go 1. And then 2, we go 2. 3, we go 3. Higher. 1, 2, 3. Oh, okay, some people failed the exam. Now I think we have the trick. Now we start again. 1, 2, 3. Thank you. Thank you so much. God bless you. You can have your seat.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Appreciated. Appreciated. Tumpatie kofi moja. 2, 3. Fungua. Hiyo ni ile ya KANU. Bado hatujasahau. Now we have time is long spent. Our time is long spent. We should have by now be coming back from our breakfast. So we should break right away. We cut short to 20 minutes and be back to engage in the next session. So we be quick. Take your tea or coffee, then refresh and come back. Thank you. Let's have this break.
Ieni asa, ieni ngotumi, ieni kakamega, ieni asa, ieni ngotumi, ieni nyandarwa, ieni asa, ieni ngotumi, ieni makueni, ieni asa, ieni ngotumi, ieni lusweti, ieni asa, ieni ngotumi, ieni patrikwe, ieni asa, ieni ngotumi, ieni lusiwe, ieni asa, ieni ngotumi, ieni Naomi, ieni asa, ieni ngotumi, ieni West Pokot, ieni asa, ieni ngotumi, ieni Pitch Lower, ieni asa, ieni ngotumi, ieni Pitch Lower, ieni asa, ieni ngotumi, ieni Pascawe, ieni asa, ieni ngotumi, ieni Ambassador, ieni asa, ieni ngotumi, ieni Kepsewe, ieni asa, ieni ngotumi, ieni Pitch Lower, ieni asa, ieni.
Thank you very much. Was it English, Chepto? Nikipokot? Hey, that's great. I thought you were telling everything to me, to yourself, and then you give a little to each one of us. Okay, now let's move to the sixth session. The program reads that we were to have breakout rooms. Our initial intention was to have various groups. We are planning for 60. We thought we can change this into plenary. So in our plenary, we'll have first a presentation. Before the plenary, we have a presentation by Carol Ndewa, Youth in Potato Value Chain, to make a presentation. The title is Overcoming Gender Barriers to Access to Land and Economic Empowerment in Potato Value Chain in Nyandarua County. After that presentation, then we can have a plenary discussion. Karibu sana Carol Ndewa to make that presentation. Tumkaribishe Carol kwa makofi. Thank you very much, and you'll have a
everyone. Good morning. My very beautiful name is Caroline Wangeshi Ndegwa, and I'm happy to be here today. I'm from Nyandarua. If you don't know Nyandarua, we prepare potatoes before we know what to cook. When you wake up in the morning, you peel potatoes, then you know what to prepare next. So, yeah, so that is what we do in Nyandarua. We love potatoes so much, and I think at the end of this presentation, all of you will love potatoes, and you will take some home. And then you'll start that culture of peeling potatoes before you know what to cook. So I'm here today because of potatoes. That is what I do. And I think potato is a very ambitious crop because it can become crisps, it can become chips, you can mash it. And I think from when we came here, we have been finding potatoes in all our meals, from breakfast to lunch, and maybe for those who are taking dinner, maybe they're also finding plates in their dinner plates. So as I said, I come from Nyandarua, and I started my potato farming business in 2018. That is, immediately I left university. I pursued a degree in agriculture, and as the panelists we had here were talking about skills and the experience. So when I left college, I didn't have the experience. I just had the papers, but I didn't know how to go about it. So immediately I left college in 2018. 2019, I got an internship, and then I was training potato farmers. Now you can see I'm training farmers who have experience, but I don't have the experience. So after doing that for 3 months, then I learned that potato farmers are doing wonders in their farms. They are making money out of it. And I'm here as an intern, and I have access to land at home, and I'm not using it. So I decided to borrow a small piece of land from home, which was not being used then. It was 1/4 of an acre. I will not say like the motivational speakers we have who say, I would have said I started with 1 tuber of potato. I didn't do that. I started with a 1/4 land of farm, borrowed from my father, who was not using it then. So I planted potatoes in that 1/4 acre of land. And what happened next is that now the potatoes were ready, because I had the skills now. I knew how to produce the potatoes. But now that I had a bumper harvest, I didn't know where to sell it. It was very, very problematic. And as you all know, brokers, what they do to our farmers. And I became a victim. I'm training farmers, but now I'm a victim of the broker. So after that, I engaged a processor who also engaged me to train their farmers. So I was able to know how to help my farmers. So I'm now I combined doing potato production, aggregating, and training farmers. Because I said I gained the skills, now I will help my village. So I as you can see there, that is a farmer's farm where I was aggregating potatoes to take to the processor. And next, that is still a farm from one of the farmers I trained. So after I got engaged with that processor, doors started opening. I was able to now get other organizations that were engaging me to train their farmers on potato production, and then other processors and other buyers, not necessarily processors, were able to engage me now to take potatoes to them. Now the problem came that I was not consistent, because as we all know, most of the potato farmers they depend on rain. So now when the dry weather came and potatoes were not available, I lost some of the deals. So that is one of the challenges that I'm now facing in aggregation, because sometimes, like right now, we have so much. We have plenty of the potatoes, but after a while, when we don't have potatoes in the farms now, we don't have enough. And maybe you got orders from buyers and off-takers, but now you cannot be able to give them the potatoes. So that is one of the challenges, and that is why what I'm thinking next is to start with a very small cold storage that I can be able to be storing potatoes from my farm first, and then even be able to get potatoes from other farmers and be able to store it there, so that even during times where there are not enough potatoes, I can be able to still supply to my customers. Next one. So another challenge that I faced was about the seed quality in my farm. So what I did, I have been able to attend several trainings with different NGOs and other organizations, including NPCK, where we have been trained on how to do farm level seed multiplication. So I bought, at one time when I started the journey, I had bought seeds from a farmer who had bought certified seeds. We call them the clean seeds, uko kwa shamba. So little did I know the seeds had bacterial wilt. So I lost the whole farm. It was 2 acres. And from that time, that is where, after those trainings with NPCK, I've been able to buy mini tubers from Agricultural Training Center in Oljororo, Nyandarua. Then I multiplied, and now I'm using the seeds at my farm. The other thing is limited financing, because now, as I said, I'm combining potato production, aggregation, and training farmers. So limited financing is limiting me from being able to supply to some of the some of my customers, because some of them maybe tell you to wait for a week or two before they pay you. But now, where you're sourcing the potatoes, farmers need you to pay them. Immediately you collect their potatoes. So sometimes maybe you're getting a lorry, and maybe you need 500,000 or 1 million to pay the farmer, and now because you are not able to get such amounts of money, you are not able to close that deal. So that is one of the challenges. But since I met Kabe, they have been able to help us meet some of the financiers, and we are trying to close some of those deals because they are financing us. The other thing that Kabe has helped us when they invited us for a training, as Joseph said, was record keeping. And now, before I started putting my keeping my records, I was thinking that all the money I sell was money I have in my pocket. But I was not putting into consideration that I have used money, and that I should deduct what I have used to get to see if I'm making profits, or if I'm making profits or I'm not making profits. So that is one of the highlights that I've been able to get from Kabe. And then they have showed us that research and policies are not for professors in the offices. They're also for farmers with gumboots, and that gumboots are the best laboratories. So I think Kabe has been able to take us through that journey, and I'm really grateful. And I have also been able to gain confidence to speak out my project and to say how I'm doing it, and I've been able even to inspire youths in my village. Right now, I am taking through 5 youths in my village who are doing potato farming. They are now, they keep on calling me every day to tell me, now I'm at this stage, what do I do? Then from here, what do I do? So I'm feeling very proud that I'm holding someone's hand the same way someone else holded my hand. And I'm now also engaged in these dialogues, and I must say that I have networked with people. I have known people that are also doing potato farming, like in a chapter at their place, what they are doing, what challenges they are facing, and what they are doing about it. And I must say that this is a great forum. And I must thank all of you, because you're all here because you are thinking about the youth. And that is a very good gesture, and we are really grateful. Yeah. Yeah, so I said my vision now is to establish an aggregation and a storage center and reduce the post-harvest losses for myself and even for my farmers, and to ensure steady supply to processors and the buyers that I supply to. And also, maybe in the future, in the next 3 years, I'll be able to venture into value addition, because right now I don't have the skills to do that. And I'm happy that the panelists we had here before were talking about that we may be having those degrees or the courses and have graduated, but we can also do the you called it micro-credentialing. What did you call it? Yes. 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 So we can maybe go back to the TVETs and maybe get some units on maybe what we want to specialize in. Yeah. So, yeah, that is it. So we should grow together as farmers, researchers, and policymakers. And thank you for your time.
Thank you, Carol. While you're still there, just to introduce the challenge of access to resources, especially for women in agriculture. Land has been a very pertinent issue that women may not be able to access land. How have you been able to overcome that as a female youth to progress your potato enterprise?
So thank you, Lucy, for that question. I know you visited my farm and you were able to hear that story, even from my dad. I got land from him. He has 3.5 acres. And right now I have access to all that land, apart from maybe the area where they have built the home. I started with that 1/4 of an acre, and then he saw that what he has been doing all those years, it's like I'm doing more in that quarter land of an acre. So what he did, he started leaving a quarter every year for me. Now at the end of, I think 2 years later, he stopped farming completely. And he told me you should get access to the whole land. I even tried to convince him to do at least half an acre, but he said I don't want it. As long as I have access to food and I have money, because of course when I sell my produce, I must give him something. And because I'm also having other projects that I'm doing, so he doesn't get broke. So he doesn't mind leaving the land for me. So that is how I'm doing it. And my brothers and sisters are not interested in the farm. So for now, I'll be using it. But I have also leased 2 acres. So I have 5.5. So if women are not able to get maybe land from their parents to use, they can also lease land. Because leasing land is I don't think it's a problem to women, because people can lease land to whoever they want. Doesn't matter if it's a man or a woman.
Great. We also know that you're the last born of the family, and the other ones are brothers. All of them are male.
Yeah.
Did you get any challenges with your brothers now that you are a female? Maybe you would be married and you've gone to a different place and coming back to your father's place to farm.
Okay, so I think I have not had, I think that's a privilege. I've not had a problem with my brother. And they're not all brothers. 2 are sisters and 1 is a brother. But I have not had any challenges. I think it's because they don't have any interest in agriculture. I have not had any challenge. So I have not had any challenges with my brother and sisters, mainly because they are not interested. They have never tried farming, so I'd say they have really helped me by not being interested in farming. Yeah, so that is it. Yeah. And I think I would also say that my dad is really open-minded. He doesn't think that a girl child is not entitled to use your land. Yeah. So that is one of some of the strengths and privileges I have, is that I have access to the land, I have skills, and I even have been able to network with different organizations. So if I don't make something out of this, that is now my fault. As Kingston said, that if you are born poor, hiyo ni shida ya wazazi wako, but if you die poor, yes. Yes, I said, now that I have the skills, I've been able to meet with different organizations, and I have the access to land. If I don't make something out of this, then I should be blamed. If I don't become one of the millionaires in the next, before I am out of this youth age, you should all blame me. Yes.
Any questions and comments to tutapiga makofi. Maybe it knows you.
I think it's working now. The first thing is congratulations. I think that is very encouraging and provoking all of us, including those who are older, far older than her. I don't want to go to that proverbial thing about a camel who went and pole mpaka akaingia kwa nyumba na akahamisha mwenye nyumba. The how you got a quarter, then a half, then all right, but I understand there is one area that you really look forward to, processing. And you have said it is the issue of skills. So you are intending to maybe engage in some training program or learn on the job as you continue working. I think that would be important for us to know. Thank you.
Okay, so. Okay.
Kazi, I'll charge you.
Okay. Mine is more of a question. I want to pick your mind. Take me through how you do aggregation. Do you work? Do you have contracts, or you just show up at their farm, or how does it work? Thank you.
Thank you. I want to ask this question because I do experience such scenarios in other places in the country. Where you come from, do you see or do you feel a threat of some kind by the subdivision of land out of inheritance patterns, and the smaller the land, the less it becomes? That you need to hire, or rather to lease
Okay, so thank you for the questions. And the first question is on how I want to gain the skills on processing. So I would really like, maybe if there's a unit or a course I can take to maybe up my skills. And I would also like love to learn through a processor. Maybe I can visit the place and have some time learning what they do there. And I know maybe some of those processors maybe I'm working with, I can learn something from them. The next question is from Joseph on how I aggregate. So I was talking about privileges, and one of the privileges that I have had is working with a processor who engaged me after my internship to train their farmers through a program they had. And so I was able to get a very large number of farmers who keep on calling me, even for varieties that are not not processing varieties. They keep on asking me, Mwalimu wa waru, hiyo ni kusema mwalimu wa viazi. That is how they save me kwa simu zao. Hata ukiangalia Truecaller utaona karo wa waru mwingine anakusave tu waru peke. So that is how they save me, and I'm very proud of it. So they ask me, mwalimu wa waru, tutauza wapi viazi? So sometimes I'm really stressed, na saa zingine pengine kama saa hizi vile viazi ni mingi and it's not a processing variety, maybe ni shangi, huwa nashangaa watauza wapi. So I really try maybe to connect with other people who have had maybe asking for potatoes. And so how I aggregate is because I have that large network. I don't even need to go looking for them. They look for me. Sometimes I don't. The processors engage me to engage the farmers through contract farming. So what I do, I just help them through the journey. Because I'm an agronomist by profession, I'll be able of it now. I'll be able to help them offtake the potatoes to the processors. So that is how I do it. So the other question is on the threat by subdivision of land. Yes, a real scare to me, because right now, as we are talking, where I'm farming, my father's land is just next to a place where they are proposing. So I know what is going to happen next. People are going to sell land. They are really going to subdivide. They have even started doing it. So, and even maybe will be subdivided to my brother and sisters, because where I come from, parents divide land to everybody. A child is a child. Have access to that land. So my next resort now will be land leasing. So if you would talk about the land, I think that would be of great help to me.
Vukaro Ehati Club. Very, very important for us to note and appreciate. They're doing a great job in all their areas, isn't it? And the trainers are here, the TVETA is here, and you can see the skill. Support will help our youth to be employed, self-employed, and create more employment. Might need new batteries, I don't know. I think Elizabeth Asichi, who is from Kakamega Investment Agency. The husband of the house is already here, without even being invited to be called. I wanted to invite him because he's the one who is going to facilitate the next session. By Asichi. You want to change it. You do all that you can do for the benefit of all those who are in here. Thank you. Welcome.
Session, I wish that I met Kabe when I was a youth, but it's all right. As you can see, I did not waste my youthful days. We had planned, as Balozi said, to have parallel sessions, but because of infrastructure, and in the list, the first among them, after Kara was going to be Elizabeth, but I would like us to create a logic in this conversation. And to get that logic, it will be helpful if Titus Omengo was here. Yes, my brother Omengo is here. I would think when Omengo should come next because of this land question. So I think I would be inviting you to come next. So what we'll do is that we'll be inviting these colleagues to come one at a time and give their submission. We have a conversation, then the next one. And I would really want to encourage you to take this as an opportunity of an extended plenary. Let's engage, let's learn together, let's harvest together. So my brother Titus, I now want to invite you to come and give us insights on this theme of land access for long-term investment in agriculture and agro-processing. Tumpe makofi anapokuja tafadhali.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, everybody. Yeah, my name is Titus Omengo, as you've been told. I'm from where I come from. I'm the County Director of Agriculture. So I want to talk about issues of land access for the youth. In my position as a government officer, this issue of the youth coming to us, wanting to implement the programs that we keep on rolling out is quite a thorny issue. And as you know, land is a major factor of production. And you all understand also, most of our land is owned by our parents, so they have the ability to have the title. And these parents, as much as it is prudent that they give their land to their youth, there's always a danger and fear that they may decide to sell this land and buy motorcycles. So we've had those cases where where parents have become quite easy to give their land to their young ones, and those few incidences are big discouragement to the parents to make their youth access land. So one of the things that I can go back to what we agreed as we began yesterday is that the big number of youth really is a threat to all of us. And agriculture remains an opportunity where we can channel these youth to go and at least be active in agribusiness. We know land access has issues like security of tenure and also clarity of rights. What am I supposed to do with this land? And again, the issue of affordable leasing. So these are challenges that we have as a county because of the land inheritance patterns. I've heard about Carol talking about that at least you have access to land as a girl child. Still, there's a big issue in Western because girls are told, you go get married so that you follow up your land from where you're going to get married. So it's only maybe very objective parents who would give their daughters that provision to have land. Now, we noted with a big concern that land was an issue for our youth because we've come up with many programs advocating that they should go agribusiness, but they come back to us and tell us, agriculture team, where do we get the land? So after several years of challenges, especially of getting land to do farming, we came up with we partnered with some partners, development partners, and we came up with the land lease community-led land lease guidelines. And these are a system of how, if a youth wants to get land to develop or to do farming or to invest in terms of maybe agro-processing and value addition, how do we go about this issue? So in these land lease guidelines is quite a great innovation for the county government of Kakamega, and it has also spilled over to neighboring counties like Siaya, Bungoma, and Vihiga County, so that youth now can come to, once they identify land for agriculture purposes, they can access it, they can access it through a well-organized community-led land lease committee. This committee involves the local administration, for example, the ward administrator, a ward agriculture officer, the area chief, there is a representative of the youth, there are civil society representative, about 10-member committee. And these farmers are easy, these young farmers are able to get land through that process. And it has reduced land conflicts, because by the time this young one wants to get land, especially it was geared towards the youth and women, they are able to get this land using a very formal system, and it has reduced seriously the issue of conflicts related to land. This committee sits once in a month, and if there is anybody who wants to lease land from a neighbor, you come on the ground and with the necessary documents like the title or any agreement that authenticate that this is your land, and then you get this. One of the things that we've noted with this land use guidelines format is that it has terms and conditions. One of them is you agree what you're going to do with the land. If you're going to go perennial crop, then the terms, the game goes a notch higher. And we see that this is a game changer to our youth. A good example is one of the youth association came to us, and apart from getting land from the government institution, that is the agricultural show grounds, they are able to get, and they were able to get it, and they've planted hay, and they are selling to one of our organizations, Parastato, in the county, which is involved in dairy farming. And they give testimonies of what is happening even in the villages. They are able to go get land, and they follow the process, and so on and so forth. So we are saying that now this is an eye-opener to our people, so that despite the prohibitive issues which surround land, like the high cost of purchasing land, does not stop you from doing farming. Like what the young man from Kakamega said, you may be born poor, that was not your fault, but now dying poor, you cannot say there is no land. We have a provision for that through the land lease guideline. So I think I would wish to end up there, but before I stop, I want to say this creates more opportunities. Like, it enables our farmers to do what we call climate smart agriculture. The young ones, they are able to do value addition. They are able also to export, like what Lukose was talking about, avocados. With time, I'm sure he'll be talking about export if he gets more opportunity. And also, finally, we looked at it, we said that for us to make this innovation to be more productive, it is prudent that we map out and get to have systems of identifying farmers within our setups who have land they do want to lease, so that we can just go online and know that in this ward we have 2 farmers who want to lease their land, and we have 2 people who want to have their land, the young people want to have that land. And I'm sure that will make it very easy, because it will be digitized and it is online. So I think up to that level, I want to stop there. Thank you.
Don't go yet, and thanks for being very brief. I must say I come from Siaya, and we have learned from them. And the idea there, for those of you who are lawyers, remember, I think there's a notion that land tenure is equal to ownership. But what they have done is to say, look, ownership is just one component of the land rights in any case. How about if we broke up the other components? Right to use, right to rent, right to inherit is another one, right to get gains from it. So you can say, this is my land, but there are certain rights out of it which I'm not keen to derive now. And those rights I can give out so that access to land is not necessarily only equal to access to title. Title is important, it's ultimate, but that elasticity is very important. And thank you. Any query to raise on this very important innovation of community-led leasing system? Any comment? I have three. No, I will jump you. I will jump Kabe until tomorrow. So I'll jump you. I will have Lennox. I'll have the young man there and here. Okay. So and please don't give a new speech. Just put a question or a comment and then let's get going. Yes, my brother Lennox.
Thank you so much, Dr. Ari. And excellent presentation, Director. Mine is a concern or a thought. As a technical lead in the department, and land being the core unit of production in the agricultural sector, have we thought of probably proposing or initiating the land bank in place for people who cannot access land, like our sister who was struggling to borrow from the dad, for people to actually practice their skills, those who have been trained on practical aspect of agriculture? Because I know land bank is something that is a new thing. It's working in Japan. And also, even here in Kenya, we do road reserves in regards to land banks. Why not agricultural sector? Thank you.
Yeah, thank you for the good presentation. My concern is during the process of coming up with these guidelines for land leasing, I would like you take us through the process, like the change, because it's a change in land use. Did there have any kind of resistance if you were to roll out this land guidelines to other counties?
Yes, thank you so much. We've tried to bring a number of stakeholders in platform, those who have land to lease and those who want to invest in those lands to enhance its accessibility. But the rates that they are giving, they are not uniform. For example, when I heard here, in Narok, they were leasing 1 acre at about 40,000 Kenya shillings per year. And also in other counties like Elgeyo Marakwet, the rates, they vary. So I'm wondering, whatever you have been working on in the county, is it uniform in terms of the rate so that it can work to all the stakeholders who are interested to lease this land for investment?
Thank you very
much. Okay, so my question is on how are we supposed to make land leasing, do it formally? Do I call it formally or something? Because last year I had a challenge. I leased land and then I lost my money and I was not able to know how to go about it. So I just gave up the money and I didn't get the land.
Maybe to add on that, we have a challenge. The lease statements are very different. At that time, maybe you start, maybe you want to lease a land, then they say you are paying at least 10,000. And it is taking another period, mostly wanasema wezi lease tu mwaka moja. Wanakwambia you take it 2 years or 3 years. As youth, say, oh, maybe you are finance yourself uko na 100K and you want to start your business, maybe unataka kupanda kama 2 acres. That 2 acres wanakuambia lipa 5 years. That is 50,000. Remember, you have 100,000 in your pocket. Bado kuna story ya mbegu, bado kuna story ya mbolea, kuna mambo ya casual. So, how are we going to fix ourselves into standard rate? Si kuna flag. Utakuwa umelipa hiyo mwaka 5. Imefika mwaka ya pili anakuambia we are changing. Yeah. So, clarify to us that.
Okay. Yeah, thank you. One thing I want to say that this document, this land is guideline, is not just a makeshift idea. It has gone through a process through even, it is an institutional, it has gone through the relevant institutions. It is a document that is recognized by the county government of Kakamega, borrowed by even other counties. Now they are able to do it. It has gone through the legal process. So, and it started at the community level too. So it is something that we're not just saying now we've innovated that a paper we want to discuss, this is something that can really put in problems if you breach that agreement. Let me start with the last question. This is called land lease guideline. It is an agreement. Whereas you find that you cannot take for 2 years or 1 year, then you leave it and get somebody who is able to agree with you to do it for a year. That's why you go through that land committee, which is able to tell you, my friend, this is a youth who wants to go into farming. Why would you give her a long terms like 2-3 years, and she has only to do it for these years? So it's something that you agree as both parties. So that one is negotiable. And I'm sure it's not only one person who has land in Pokot, West Pokot. So that one is subject to discussion amongst the party. It is negotiable. You can agree to do it 1 year, 2 years, depending on how you've agreed. And at this point here, I have a testimony when I was a young man. I leased land on a gentleman basis, and when you get a land which is virgin, you're supposed to do it in 2 seasons. But I did the season 1, I did so well because of my professionalism. The owner just told me, my son, watoto wanataka kupanda kwa hii shamba yako, kwa hii shamba yangu, kwa hivyo enda. Because I did about 35 bags of maize in that area on land which was not productive according to the farmer. And I lost because it was a gentleman's talk. So this innovation is good because it makes you to be authentic in how you're making this agreement. The other one which I had is about loss of money through leasing. Imagine chief is seated in that committee, ward agriculture officer, the area, the ward admin, leader of the youth, and civil society. I think somebody runs away with your money. This would be serious. So because of the seriousness of the committee that seeks to approve this, I'm sure whoever, even if they are a bit cheeky and crafty, they have a second thought because this authority, the committee will go for their neck. So I'm sure it doesn't need to happen because you just have to shift and move out of Kakamega forever because we'll get that money from you. So that's why this innovation is there. Another question I had was about the rates vary. Like there was one area around Kakamega town. To get land to do that, you can get it at 5,000 per acre. You go to another area which is a maize growing zone. To get for maize, you can get it at 12,000 or 15,000. So I think the issue is not really to venture into the price, the cost of the leasing land, but it means that there is a structure that is put in place and it is negotiable. You can say this is the rate here, but depending on negotiation skills, you can bring that price to down, like what I'm hearing, of 40 narrow. That is quite hard. As because the demand and supply forces are applicable. That's why they are able to raise, and still people are ready to pay for that rate. So I'm sure it also varies in different parts of this country. So this is working for Kakamega, and I'm sure it can also, if adopted well, it can work in different parts of this country. The issue of the land is if there is any resistance on this process. You see, the people who want to resist are the people who want to con you. But somebody who wants to do it the right way will come and sit before this committee led by the government officials so that you present all your documents and we agree. And you live there, we have agreed. One of the things that has been very tough here is the issue of spouses. Most of these land is spouses walikuwa nasikia tu mzee has agreed with na amelease shamba. Mama wants to go to the shamba, then he just told like, okay, no, this shamba has already been leased. There is no place you can do farming this year. and it used to bring a lot of crisis. In this land is guidelines, there is a form. There are two forms. One is everybody is involved, but there's one form where it is the consent of the spouse to say, here I agree that from now henceforth, this guy should continue farming, should farm on this land. And it has solved some of these disputes. There's some of the challenges we get from where I represent. When it gets so hot, you can be cut with a panga because how did you breach this contract? So for us to reduce these incidents of violence because of land matters, this land use guidelines has become a very great innovation for the county. Finally, the issue of land banks. You all know that in every county, there are institutions which are big parcels of land. And these parcels of land at times, they just lie idle because you cannot access them. Maybe they are government land or they are also public land, and so on and so forth. There is a group of youth in Kakamega who brought this, and it was quite a big eye-opener to us. They came to our office and they say, direct agriculture. We see you have land in Kura ATC. You have land in Karo. You have land in SK, but you're not using all that land. What can we do? We want that land. So they followed processes. They went to some of these institutions. They were told, no, it is impossible. But there are some institutions they visited and they were given a leeway. They signed those agreements and they got the land. Like what I'm talking about, the ASK show, Kakamega, it's a big chunk of land. Some of that land is part of the Kakamega forest. They got 4 acres. They were able to do napier grass. No, not hay. The roads grass. And they are harvesting, well, you know, we can call it like a perennial crop. It sprouts as you cut. Now they're selling and they're making money. And they've gone out of their way now to get more land from the community because of that provision. So it is an issue of identifying these lands which are either perceived to be not in use and then getting engagement formally, and we're able to get this land. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Titus. You can now take a seat. I gave you more time because land, as you recall, is a key factor of production and a resource that has multiple other interests. And I just wanted to add that the advantage of that framework is that it's basically a structure of a contract. And whenever you do anything, part of the training that my sister Lucy gave you is that bookkeeping is not just counting the money, but you must also know that everything you do, protect yourself legally as much as you can. So don't get into oral contract on things like land, even hiring vehicles. Try and make sure you have got written valid contracts, which is claimable. That way, if there's a dispute, you can easily claim it. You can claim it through like this committee, which we also have in SIA, to help in arbitrating if people disagree. But you can also go to court if that is a place of the last resort. I also agree with you. I've forgiven many people who have eaten my money. But as I grow older, I realize I can't forgive too many people. So try and protect the money. The rest of the team will not have the luxury that we gave that one, that first team. So we now move to farm input. It follows sequentially that once you talk about the factor, the input becomes an important element. Do you have my brother Daniel Muchiri? Yes, Brother Muchiri, please come speak to that. Then I will have him followed by the next 2 inputs. Then we can have conversations in one set.
Thank you. It's okay. Yeah, so I think my discussion is on farm inputs. In relation to agribusiness as an employment opportunity for the youth. And maybe basing it on the presentations that we have already gotten from the youths who are engaged in agribusiness. There are some very key inputs and that are very critical if youths have to be in agribusiness. So the first thing is, before you even talk of now coming up to the inputs, when we are talking of youth in agribusiness, I believe the entry point, one, is before the youth gets into agribusiness, I think the first thing is the question about opportunities. Are there opportunities? We are dealing with the problem of unemployment in Kenya. So that's why we are talking of youth in agribusiness as an opportunity. And therefore, I think the first input we need to think about is information. Is there the information flow as to, one, the opportunities that are there, what can be done, and how to go about it? Because I believe from the presentations we have got, I see maybe the presentation I got from Kakamega, mainly focused on production. From Makueni, there was one way of value addition. Nyadaro I've got from the issue of production and aggregation. West Pokot, there is production and also value addition. But I believe there are so many other nodes in the value chains, many other opportunities which can still create opportunities for youth employment. So I believe the first input, very critical, is information. And that means in any policy that is addressing youth agribusiness and as an opportunity, the issue of information accessibility is very crucial. I believe this one, it starts with, if you look at the three value chains that we are addressing here, we are addressing avocado, we are addressing mangoes, we are addressing Irish potatoes. The youth, how much information can they access as to what opportunities are there? Are they accessing the information on what are the opportunities in production? What are the opportunities in value addition? What are the opportunities in the other areas? So I take information and knowledge as the first very critical input. And I believe any policy should then look at maybe how to address issues like exposure. Because I believe information and knowledge will start by exposure. How much are our youth exposed? And I believe not only exposed to what is happening in their locality and in our nation, if possible, exposure even to what is happening in other parts of the world. Because if you are talking of agribusiness, the issue of competitiveness of whatever is happening has to be there. So we have the youth accessing information on what are the opportunities that are competitive that can allow them to get into agribusiness that can penetrate both the local market and also the international market. So any policy should address the issue of information access. That is beyond maybe the academic trainings, because I believe many of our youths, maybe the farthest they have acquired is possibly the academics. So the issue of exposure, possibly create a policy that will enable youth to be facilitated to attend many conferences, not only in Kenya, also elsewhere in the world, so that they can have that imagination, that might of what can we be able to do and what are others doing in the world. And also that will enable them to broaden their mind so that at whatever level they are doing their business, it is above the common man's level. The other input, I believe very critical, the issue of land has been so much addressed, so I don't think I need to address the issue of land. I see the issue of finance, the access to finance, and I'm sure if you go to many of the county governments, in their budget, there is maybe youth funds. I believe also in the national government, we have got youth funds. But the question is to how is this fund acquired by those people who are really deserving, people who have got an idea of what to do with it. Because fund can be there, but the fund can be acquired by somebody who will use it today, and maybe next year we cannot trace any step forward that was made out of that fund. So I think when you are talking of access to funds in this case, you need to look at, yes, we have a basket of resources. We want this basket to benefit youths who are in agribusiness. But how do we scrutinize? How do we fish out those who are deserving, those who do something with it? And out of it, we will say there is an impact of creating youth employment through agribusiness. Okay, of course, the funds can be accessed either through affordable credit. So policies that will create favorable environment for credit acquisition by the youth. I think grants would also be a work as long as there is a way of monitoring and following that the grant was given to the right person, and these persons will do the right thing with it. I believe even donations can also be done, because as long as maybe an organization, the government is having, for example, an equipment, and this equipment has to be placed somewhere. It would be wrong if that equipment is placed in the hands of the youth. As long as there is a way of tracking that these youth, they have the potential to do something with this equipment. So donation, I believe, can also provide a way of finance access. But there has to be a policy that guides on this. If you have to give donations, what is the criteria? So that then we don't make it as a dumping pit where somebody goes the road a donation, but tomorrow goes and corrects it in another form. The other input that is also critical. And before I come out of the finance, when I talked about finance, we are talking of these inputs that are necessary in the processes, either production, processing, marketing, at whatever node of the value chain the youth gets into. I believe all those inputs, they will be acquired through financial ability. So any finances that can enable youth entrepreneur to acquire the necessary inputs, ready to be for production, may it be for processing or even for marketing, whether it is acquired through favorable credit terms or through donation or through grants, it is to be something helpful. But what there is there need to be something in a policy that captures how can a youth benefit from this. The other one is technology. I believe one way of engaging the youth in agribusiness would be creating something that is exciting. And one thing that creates excitement is the use of technology. I'm sure there are a youth presenter here. Carol knows that maybe Nyadaro is known as a county of potato production. But many youths, when they consider the tediousness of using the jebe and the foko and the pada, you never convince them that they will get into potato farming. But I'm sure if you come to the county has sometimes acquired potato mechanization equipment. So that is technology. And that's just an example. So any technology, if the county governments, if the national governments can acquire a technology and make it favorably disposed for the use of the youths, I believe that, and back to the policy, that we have these equipment, we have this technology, the youths can make use of it. But there be checks that this technology will be there for the use of the youth for their own benefit. Technology that can either be acquired through renting, technology that can be priced for somebody to use and maybe just pay for services. Any technology that can be, if the youth are facilitated to acquire technology in an affordable manner, I believe that's another input that is very critical. Yes. So I think the last one I want to talk about is input in terms of infrastructure. Infrastructure in the agricultural value chains. There are those who want to get into the production node. There are those who want to get into processing node. There are those who want to get into marketing node. And all these areas, some infrastructure is critical. And infrastructure is something that requires good financing. And it may not, the youths, not many youths would necessarily be able to afford to acquire the necessary infrastructure. But infrastructure, if it's there, whether private, public, or whether public or private, and so long as there is a policy that will guide how this infrastructure becomes accessible to the youth, if it is code chains, if it is processing rice, but they be backed by a way of getting it accessible to the youth agricultures, this one is very critical. And I think I'm saying I'm being pushed there because of time. Yeah, but I believe these are some of the inputs that are critical in the youth employment.
Give him an applause, please. Thank you. You're not pushing my Madam Chief. I gave you 5 minutes extra. I think you both have extremely new highlights. I've never heard somebody say that the first input is information. And I think that was very, very good. I think that it starts. And then technology, infrastructure, of course, other mundane going inputs. And that then links us to the question of promoting value addition and agro-processing. So I want to invite my sister Mary Muteti. Let's see them here. Okay, you're taking up the space. Okay, thank you. So my brother is taking up that position. So please come and talk to us a little bit on how then you see how we are flowing. We've dealt with the basic resource land. We have dealt with the issue of inputs, and now we are seeing how with that you can mingle it up to have an innovative agro-processing and indeed market systems. So please, could you? And I would like to request that when you see me stand, please just mute it a little bit so that it makes it easier for me. So it's going to be another good 5 minutes, and I'm sure you can do a score at that, isn't it?
Thank you. Yeah, my name is Justice Mukavi, a youth officer in the government of Convening County, standing in place of Director Mary, who was supposed to be here, but because of other commitments, she wasn't able to come. And because we've worked closely with her when I was in agriculture, coordinating the youth in agribusiness, we were able to do most of these programs together, and now being in charge of the youth affairs and coordinating partners that are supporting the youth in the county. Yes, I know she was to talk about value addition, agro-processing activities, and markets to create more employment activities for the youth. What the young people need to understand when it comes to value addition and agro-processing. You know, nowadays there is now the thing by the young people. They just want to try something. If they see maybe Lucy succeeding in a given area, they just want to jump in that value chain. They see someone else is doing well in another value chain, they just jump because they hear some of these people talking about big monies and such. But what is very important is understanding what does well, where you come from. Because value addition, not just wake up in a day, say you want to try value adding potatoes, for example. Then after processing one ton, you are done. You have nowhere to get the raw materials. Or maybe you have nowhere to sell the end product. We've a change in the way our production has been because of climate issues. And you understand that. Different counties are producing different products. And that is where the young people need to understand. But as they do that, there's the need of skill development. Skills means we understand these value chains. Then the need for the governments and the private or other development partners to invest in instilling skills. Like, for example, in Makweni, I want to thank the assistant director, TVETA, because the last 2 years we were able to get accreditation of Agriculture Training Center in Makweni, ATC, that's offering short courses for the young people. Now, doing supporting horticulture, dairy, and poultry. I happen to be one of the trainers, that's all I know. And what Faith didn't mention is that her manager in our farm was my student at Makweni DC. And it is producing a very good guys who are doing other areas, other courses in school, but now they are doing so well in the agricultural value chains, poultry, dairy, horticulture, and such. For value addition to be meaningful, there's the need to engage partners and stakeholders. Right now, in Makweni, what is happening right now? I know we had a meeting last week. There's another one that is happening in the next few days. Engaging all the stakeholders. For example, in the mango value chain, Faith will tell you she has been able to participate in several of them. We engage those who are supporting production, those who are supporting transportation, those who are into marketing, even bringing institutions closer to the young people to enable them understand the requirements for them to be able to do value addition of these products. There are so many requirements, and it is an area that needs to be looked at. Phil will tell you when she started doing the mango drying, she didn't understand what some of the requirements she wanted for her to be able to maybe export. And it is through now the intervention of the local governments. Maybe to understand what needs, what can invest can do, what can trade can do, what licenses needs to be done. And that challenge that maybe because it's something that we've witnessed, the licensing and the cost that comes along with that. There is the need to negotiate with these institutions and the regulators for the young people to proceed, to be able to do evaluation and agro-processing. Negotiation to have the payments plan revised. Those who come from Makweni, I have 3 of them here, no, 4, will tell you, right now, to get a license, maybe a permit in Makweni, you don't have to pay at once. There's the phased payment plan. If it's about 10,000, you can pay 2,000 this month, next month you pay 3,000, next month you pay 2,000, until you pay the whole amount. This will enable some of them, those who are interested in these value chains, want to get motivated and see the support from government and institutions. There's also the issue of equipment financing. I was looking at the potatoes that we have here. The next few days, if they are not maybe cooked or used, they will be spoiling. And that's where Faith started. I mentioned that. When she came up with the idea of drying the mangoes, there's an institution that saw the idea in her, and she was able to get that machine on loan. Being a starter, she had not tried it anywhere. And she was able to repay the loan within a very short time. So we need to engage these the partners, governments and development partners, see how those who are serious into these value chains, how they can be able to get those support. Because they know we have institutions that can support the young people with those equipment that they need to value add their products. And this will enable them earn more coins and also employ more other youth into their enterprises. Then the issue of affiliating producer groups according to value chains. You find those into potato, those into avocado, those into mango, and other value chains. How to bring them together to be able to supply their demands, their markets. Then the last thing, understanding the strength and the opportunities in our various communities. Once we understand that, I think it will be easier for the involvement of ourselves as young people into these value chains. I see you stood, and I wish to end there. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Before we can have a bit of a conversation, I invite my sister from Kakamega to come and wrap it up together and help us to focus on the question of how do you make sure that you consistently and continuously innovate and become inclusive. So, Madam Elizabeth Asichi, in the law, say Asai, Asichi. So you have 5 minutes.
Thank you very much. I'll try to be very brief. I'm usually a little bit wordy. We are looking at innovative and inclusive agribusiness finance for youth in agriculture value chains. We know the truth is clear that if we unlock finance for youth in agriculture, we unlock jobs, food security, and prosperity for millions of households. So it's an honor to be able to talk about this. Personally, what I do is to attract investment so that we can be able to create jobs for the youth. And we know that our economies, especially where we are coming from, are relying greatly in agriculture. As a start, I think today is just a little bit so that we can grab your attention. My governor, His Excellency Fernandez Baraza, yesterday was fitted with the Governor's Excellence Award in Paris. I think we had the photo somewhere there. And for one of the best governors in infrastructural transformation, among other governors in Africa. So when we have infrastructure that can support businesses, then we are able to create jobs. So what we are saying is that we have successfully attracted private sector investors into what we call PPPs, through public-private partnerships. And through this, I have been actually very personally passionate about youth empowerment and private sector engagement as a real driver of rural transformation. I want to give an example and why I think this matters. First of all, we need to have startup finance. We need models that recognize youth as innovators and not risks. Somebody yesterday mentioned that when you go to a bank and you want to seek for financing, the first thing when you are a youth, they see you as a risk, practically risk, because they think this one is still young, even if we release them in CRB, they won't care. Okay? Then, we need also a model that is going to recognize youth and give them grants, guarantees, and microfinances to come together to create pathways for startups to grow. So we have seen small seed funding transform kitchen gardens, poultry units, and horticulture ventures into thriving enterprises when coupled with training and mentorship. We have an entrepreneur in Kakamega called Irene Grothbard. He saw how we have a lot of indigenous vegetables, and after some time, when the rainy season is a little bit over, we have no vegetables. And when it's too rainy, our vegetables are just rotting. Yet we need these vegetables in and out of season. So what he did, he put up some youth together and some women. They supply the indigenous vegetables. They have come up with a way that they dry them, and then they export them. So you can actually locally acquire saga, managu, kunde, terere in the US. What we are trying to say, or in Germany, what we are trying to encourage, the way they encourage faith, to have it now in the local market. We may not have, although that's why we say we need to have a sensitization on the health benefits and the nutrient contents of dried foods. Once we are able to understand that, we will become consumers. I have noted the one for faith has the nutritional content on the packet. So we are also advocating for the team from West Pokot on their mangoes, or was it which county? West Pokot, to also have the nutritional value indicated on the content so that we can be able to encourage more consumers. Second, we look at value chain financing. Agriculture does not exist in isolation. When youth are linked to cooperatives, aggregators, or contract farming arrangements, banks and investors view them differently. I want to give an example of what Hello Tractor is doing. And I think this one we were to talk somewhere behind the tent with our team from agriculture. As an investment coordinator, we are onboarding Hello Tractor in Kakamega County. It's already operating in Nakuru, I think. I've seen them in Kisumu. And the model that they have is very interesting. They come up and create a hub. And out of this hub, they get youth. Each hub has 500 youth. They train them in tractor operations. They train them on how they can own the tractors. And these data hubs, they train them how to onboard agents. Now, these agents look at the farms that are supposed to be mechanized and aggregate them. So the youth are given, or the farmers are given tractors. So closely with agriculture, we have a training college for agriculture called Bukura Agricultural Training College that is supported by the county government of Kakamega. The county before had tried to bring on board tractors to support mechanization. I am assuring you, youth do not like hoes going to sweat in the farm, but they would rather be on a tractor and be able to do farming. Now, how do we encourage? Tractors are very expensive. A youth maybe will not be able to afford. So the government had tried to come up with a mechanization schedule in Kakamega County. And you know the challenges that government have in terms of reliance on exchequer financing, where you can have all the tires of your tractors, they have gone, but now you have to wait for National Treasury to disburse funds. And it is the season for the rain. Okay? So if there are delays, how do we assist farmers and this to continue? That is why we say, why can't governments partner with private sector to have similar service? Some of these services that private sector can easily do, as we just give them the support. So that's why we are bringing on board Hello Tractor. They've already done the MOU. So we are expecting that in our upcoming climate expo that is going to be in October, 7th of October, we are inviting you for that. It's a regional, it's an LREB, Legal Economic Bloc, Climate Expo and Agri Summit, the Kakamega edition. We are saying that during this time, we'll be signing that MOU. And what we are saying is, once they've come up with a hub, they have also partnered with the warehouse receipt system council. So we have a maize miller in Kakamega. He has a warehouse. So those who are this year, youth who want to engage in maize farming, after they have grown their maize, they go and take their goods to the warehouse. And through the warehouse receipting council, they can be able to access quick financing as they're waiting for their products to be sold, either to the aggregators or to those who are doing we call milling and various producers of milling. I think I am just winding up just a little bit on the inclusive. So because it was a session that we were looking at, it was like more of a plenary. One of the questions that maybe as you ask or give comments, what are some of the innovative models for youth in agriculture that are working? That we can have the youth who are living here. They go knowing that this is where we can be able to get financing. In Kakamega, we have the Kakamega County Microfinance Corporation trying to support the initiative of giving them access to financing from 10,000, 20, 50, 100. Then how can cooperatives or aggregation hubs or warehousing systems make youth businesses bankable? If we can work out with this kind of model with Kabe and look at how digital finance, mobile credit, and some other solutions that we have can support the rural youth to get financing, then we can be able to say that we have been able to succeed in supporting the youth. Thank you.
We have a few minutes for our conversation before we go for lunch. I have taken note, however, as Elizabeth did at the beginning of her session, that although Madam was saying that youth come to
You never know me, don't like me, no apology. The jealousy, watching me go overseas. You will never know, no peace. Let me win, winning this economy. Prepare a table for me right before my enemies, so they can see I'm living in my prophecy. I will never know, no shame. Baba basairanga ngwe, baba basairanga. Omami wainyanza ibe, omami wainyanza bade. All my enemies are safari. Oh no. All my enemies are safari. All their plans are scatter. All my enemies are safari. All my
Continue with that maybe towards the end of the day's program. Ilikuwa imeingia kabisa. So we are entering the session number 7, leveraging technology and innovation to spur mango, potato, and avocado value chains and agro-processing. The key objective, as you have it in your program, ability to adapt to new innovations and technologies, to modernizing and transforming the agricultural sector to advance value chains and increase youth employment. We have youth business case, which will be presented by Moses Ndura. Moses, are you in the house? Moses Ndura will present a case, Youth in Potato Value Chain, leveraging digital space and innovation by youth in smart agriculture and potato farming in Nyandarua County.
Yeah? Yeah, I want to know if I'm in business. My name is Moses Ndura. I'm a youth champion, potato value chain in Nyandarua County. Biashara yangu ni viazi 24/7. So I want to introduce my presentation with a short clip. Unione penye kabi walinipata.
Line Limited, they have been able to link that market gap, and we are able to offer our product. My name is John Gadhuma, one of the beneficiaries of Line Limited. They have been able to link that market gap, and we are able to offer our produce at better prices. They have been able to give us agronomic training, and through these services that Line is offering, I've been able to make some profit compared to what I was making with the brokers and also using low quality seeds.
My name is Moses Ndura, Head of Business and Quality Control of Line Limited. Potatoes are highly perishable, and this results to increased post-harvest losses. Having an ambient cool store will help ensure availability of potatoes in all seasons and minimize post-harvest losses at farmers incur and issues of brokers coming to the supply chain.
Yeah, that's a very short clip, trying to show you where I was. At the time, I was a one-man show at a crossroad, having now challenges to do with supply chain issues. Line Limited deals with aggregation of potatoes. So I was dealing with supply chain issues. I was dealing with business systems and processes. I didn't have them because I was dealing as a solo actor. Also, I was dealing natoka shilingi 15 per kg. They trained me on business development and management. And through that, I was able to identify the areas the technologies that we have, that is WhatsApp groups. We have a youth in agribusiness forum in Nyandarua County, whereby we engaged with youth in potato and identified that youth in potato are having issues to do with business management for their potato, especially on quality control and traceability. So that one was the first issues I was doing. So this one led to the formation of youth-led potato cooperative. So Up to date, the youth in agribusiness potato cooperative has 30 active members. And as yesterday, we had a very interesting development because I've been pushing conversation with financiers to be able to finance on agri input for youth. So since this conversation is very fluid, it's in progress, some bankers have decided to offer youth with access to seed for 1 acre. That is 84,000 per acre. And then the youth can commit the rest of the money that is used for production, for agrochemicals, to the cooperative. So youth akiweka pesa yake ya cooperative, now bank inaekelea pesa zake. So it's co-financing. So that now bridges the gap for cash flow issues when dealing with potatoes. I know here most of you have used Uber, isn't it? So, how have I leveraged data? Ukiingia pale uangalie Uber, request for Uber, it will bring you Njoroge, KBA, Onyango, KCC, Mazda. Inakuelezea those people who are you doing the Uber services in the area. So over the course of the years, I've been developing AI management system so that now I'm able to understand how many youth are producing potatoes in the real time, because I was suffering from supply chain issues as seen in the video. So right now, I'm able to know I have 30 active youth, and I have this order that nimepatana nayo. Like Caroline had said, unapata deal. Yeah, at the time of the video, I was dealing with 10 tons per week, and I had the capacity to provide up to 100 metric tons per week, but I couldn't meet the 100 metric tons because I didn't have a database where I need to know who is producing what, where, and at what time. So now having this cooperative that I've facilitated to, I'm instituting a business process and system for my business whereby I can know where to aggregate potatoes through a system. So right now, I'm able to know who is actively doing potato production, and I've been able to move my capacity of aggregation from 10 tons per week to a minimum of 50 metric tons a week. So, and I've said, because of my cash flow issues, I couldn't go to a bank and tell them, leo niko na order. I remember one day I had an existing loan, na nimepata a new order of 100 metric tons. I don't have cash flow. So I go to a bank, waniambia, because you have an existing loan, we can't give you an LPO. Now you see I miss on a business. But now, having the cooperative, I've been able now to create access for finance up to a tune of 2 million for my 30 youth in the cooperative. So, that's how I've been leveraging technology. And through the business management systems, I've been able to train 100 youth through the CABE program, the one that they taught us during Nairobi. I went back and used the same platform to train 100 youth, and we have been having an active participation of that youth through the cooperative. So, moving from uncertainty of aggregating 10 tons per week, because if you don't have the capacity to aggregate 10 tons, then you don't have capacity to do cold storage solutions and also move towards agro-processing. But now through the cooperative, because now I'm ascertained and we have planned our production processes, I'm able to know if I have an average of 50 metric tons, I can be able now to have a minimum, a volume for storage, and break even. CABE through PASGAR has also involved me in higher up engagement policy dialogue levels last year until now through the Nairobi Food Systems policy dialogue. And it has been able to help me understand how the food systems in Nairobi, because Nairobi being our big market for our produce, we're able now to know they're also concerned. You remember I told you at the time of the video, I was dealing with traceability and control issues. Now I find it's a very big problem that is being addressed in the policy dialogue house. So this has enabled me to interlink between what is being discussed and what is in the real happening in the real industry. And from a business perspective, I've been able to even put my input in areas that I see. If this policy goes this way, then in a business perspective, itanifinyilia. So my voice naisikia ikiwa hard when I'm doing the participation. The primary cooperative that I mentioned is called Mazao. We have joined a union for potato cooperatives, and have been selected as a board member in the union potato cooperative, which now gives me a better place to give my contribution through the learning of the PASGAR policy dialogue to enhance my contribution. I've also in the timeline when I was engaging with PASGAR and CABE, I was also appointed as CASCOM member of Nyandarua County Government. That has also made me also give my contribution as youth in agribusiness, especially not only potato value chain, but for all the value chains that youth are engaged in. So we have had a challenge of creating agribusiness knowledge centers. But for us, what we have leveraged on is on WhatsApp, because it requires infrastructure, but technology is there. Before infrastructure comes, we say, wacha tuende, mtupate mbele. The same thing that unapata right now, everybody is talking about AI, and everybody has to catch up. So we have been doing that, but now the challenge is that we need to incentivize and have partners to co-create a knowledge resource center. When I was starting Chamberlain, I was previously using my parents' fund, as Karwa said. It's the same example. The good thing with the speaking last, you get preempted, and that's the bad also thing to speak last. I was also using my parents' fund, and they were doing it as a subsistence. Mimi sijasomea agriculture, niko na background ya accounting. Sasa shamba wanafanya subsistence, hakuna agribusiness inafanyikana pale. So when I went back, I told my parents, we need first to shiba kwanza, then we sell the surplus. And that's what I did. I converted the whole farm to a commercial aspect. And sasa ikaniwezesha to form even a company. Now from a company, mzazi, mimi I'm making money, naenda nanunulia mzazi wangu nini? Viazi, akiproduce. And now, based on the challenge that I got from the company, I said, who else is having these challenges? And nimepata wenzangu youth ambao nimewezesha kuingisha pale kwa cooperative, and they now can access a credit. So having a pilot program that I'm doing at my parents' farm, I'm able to collect data like how many people are involved in the farm, because I use at least 6 people on a casual basis. And when I reflect that through my cooperative, I see through the active youth that I have been able to create 200 indirect jobs. Sasa youth akiwa pale sasa ame-access pia kufanya 1 acre and akona watu 6, then he is able to pay them. So that's my impact that I've been able to identify through Kabe. You see, even now with the problem that I'm having of land accessibility, of turning family into agribusiness, commercial farms, and also having these financial gaps, I'm trying to maneuver. It has been listed finances, but sometimes I was talking with Mr. Charles in the morning in the city, and he was telling me sometimes it's good to have these challenges so that you think. Because if I didn't come from Nairobi and nikaambia mzazi wangu we can use this land, then I could not have set a new trajectory and I couldn't be here. Saizi ningekuwa nikijaribu kuongea na treasury wane kama watanipia kazi ya ya kuwasaidia debt management. Yeah, but this I've been doing this passionately, as I'm doing with potato, engaging with youth in agribusiness for all value chains. Nasaidia kufanya business management. Ukiwa na shida pale, I link with you, give you a platform to engage with stakeholders and be able to facilitate your agribusiness. So that's my presentation in a nutshell. Thank you very much for listening.
Appreciate Moses again. Thank you, Moses. This is phenomenal. The youth are doing a great job. Let everyone hear that to be able to transform our country. Now, we are still in this session. I would like to welcome Benadine Mtanu to come forward. Benadine is, I don't know if you pronounce it as Benadine, I would say Benadine, depending on whether you're French or English. She's going to facilitate the next discussion, which we have the CEO Makueni ICT Hub, Alice Wamboi. She will be called forward by Benadine. ICT Authority, Wen Mutoro, you're in the room. I had Wen, oh, okay, great. You're in the room. Horticultural industry player, Abuta, will come also. Thank you. Welcome, Benadine. And carry on. We have maybe 30 minutes or so. Karibu. Situmpatie makofi. Thank you. Karibu.
Good afternoon, everyone. Yeah, I think we are in a good position. In this session, we are continuing where Moses has left on leveraging technology and innovation to spur mango, potato, and avocado value chains. And at this point, I would like to invite the CEO of Makueni ICT Hub, Alice Wamboi, to just give us a story about the ICT Hub, what they are doing in this value chain. I would love us also, after she presents, to ask her some questions here and there about what really it is the ICT Hub is doing to change the story of the young people in Makueni and maybe elsewhere. So at this point, Alice Wamboi, kindly welcome.
Good afternoon. I think sometimes the challenges one has to go through in trying to speak to a great forum like this after lunch is trying to get the attention. But I'm a stickler of time, and that's something I will observe. I have 10 minutes. Kindly indulge me. We are going to have, some sort of, I want to believe, will be interactive session. My name is Alice Wamboi. I work with the county government of Makueni. I'm an ICT lead in matters innovation, and I'm excited to be sharing the journey that we have been doing as a unit in terms of innovation, because we are not only centered in agriculture, but we also collaborate with other sectors within the county government, which includes, say, health, if you're thinking about youth, if you're thinking about sports, so that's the main angle. But I will center my conversation because we have done a bit of activities in championing innovation in Makueni. Next slide. All right. Simple question. So maybe in your tables, what is innovation in your mother tongue? Because then I cannot speak about innovation if you really cannot even relate in your mother tongue. So I want to say 15 seconds. What is innovation in your mother tongue? Right, so I will start from the far end where we have most of our, innovators, because for me, the minute you thought of a solution from a challenge you experienced, then you have already innovated. So from that table, maybe you can let us know what you stated. What is innovation in your mother tongue?
Well, my other mother tongue,
yes.
Innovation is ubunifu.
Asante, this table.
I think in the mother tongue, innovation is motelion. Yani motelden.
Motelion.
Motelion.
There you go. Here, thank you for representing West Pokot. Yeah.
In my mother tongue, kokhui ho chocha.
My goodness. We. Hata sitarudia. Lucy, I hope una capture. Kwe chocha. Yo. Nimesikia tu chocha. Here, as we move backwards. Any representation? Ambo tasema imesemwa. Okay. Oh, nice. This one. Here.
Odudoli.
There you go. Imesemwa.
Well, I honestly cannot think of a particular name for it.
Yes.
Yeah, to be very honest, I really cannot place.
It's okay. It's acceptable. Yeah.
Kanungwe teko.
Hey. Hey, that's innovation. There's a handy up, yes.
All right. It seems we are not coming from the same region with Daktari. For me, innovation is yore manyien. So in translation, yore means ways, then manyien means new.
Nice.
So new ways as translated directly.
Thank you. I think there was a hand there. Oh, yeah, okay. Yes.
Innovation means kufufule.
Ufufule. Hey. We're good? Imesemwa. Asante. And there you go. At the very least, if you were to leave this particular session, you have an idea of what innovation is. And therefore, I've even charged you to go back to your communities and speak of innovation. I am a techie, but then again, we always say that technology is not synonymous. It's not equals to innovation. But I assist any person developing solutions, say if it's the mango industry, because that's what Makueni is fully known for, I ask them, how then have you integrated technology in your process? And therefore, this is the story of Makueni Tech Hub, because the idea for us was to create a platform, an opportunity for our communities to be able to understand or even access government platforms, if it's for funding, if innovators want to access the Department of Agriculture and they're not able to, therefore we facilitate them. And therefore I decided to take a three-prong approach so that I highlight to members what exactly is an innovation space, and therefore and then I take you to a journey, because I understand we also have ambassadors, doctors, professors, what methodology we have put in place to ensure that the framework also holds on, because we are championing a very new conversation from ministry, right? That's national government up to county, devolved functions. And therefore we're trying to ensure that departments understand what innovation needs are, so that they can also create volumes, say if it's funding for access for those innovators who come through the facility. A first of its kind within the country, because a lot of people assume constituency innovation hubs are the same. And you're also within the facility that was fitted as the best in the country. Therefore, Makueni answered to a need, because users would come, they have all these ideas, like Faith Mumo, they have all these ideas, but they cannot access the needed support. Next slide. And therefore, we are placed strategically to support, the one key of the factors is the agricultural landscape. And therefore, once an innovator accesses their facility, one of the key things for us is to provide them support in matters understanding business modeling, how they, they can even position themselves in the market. We also link them to other markets as well, whether they're in agriculture, healthcare, if it's even sports, we also link them. We also look at, the stage in which they are coming to the facility, because for some, I'm excited that Imale is here. There are some who already have their products in the market, and all they need is support in commercialization. And therefore, that's one of the key factors we also look at. So we provide training programs, because one of our key structures is product engineering. And therefore, we call in also the expertise. I'm not an expert in agriculture, but I can link them with the experts in the same. So we work very closely with the Department of Agriculture. And in one of our interventions, which I'll be sharing shortly, was we worked with the Directorate of Agriculture to help us. We have these agripreneurs who've come into the space. Are they able also to curate solutions that meet what the department is looking at, and for them to also access funding? So whether it is tools for support and also linkages. Next slide. So as a catalyst for change, you need to understand then, therefore, what is this hub? This becomes an open space that brings together different stakeholders. It's not just an innovation, conversation around just innovators. Users, say, I'm going to use a lot of the examples of what I'm familiar with. So she saw there was product loss in the line of agriculture, and, that already is a challenge. And for us to create a business out of that, then she innovated a process that probably the department or the county government was not able to. And as such, then became Iviani. So our space is not just for innovators like Faith.
Have they come to know about the hub?
Thank you. We have impacted over 2,000. We are looking at those different key sectors. We have close to 250 from agriculture alone, and still growing strong. We use social media platforms to ensure that, hey, we are also tech savvy to ensure people can get this information. But then again, we are anchored within the given directorate to ensure they can also speak about this facility. Thank you for your question.
Thank you so much. I really appreciate that session. At this juncture, I'd like to invite ICT Authority, Gwen Motoro, to come and tell us about what they are doing at the ICT Authority to support agriculture and especially the youth in these agricultural value chains.
Thank you very much. There'll be even less. Okay, thank you very much. For ICT Authority, I'll go straight to the point. We have youth initiatives. Those who have phones are okay, it's projected. We have the Ajira Digital, we have the Presidential Digital Talent Program, and we have the Huduma White Box. These are nationwide initiatives, and they cut across from national to county. So of interest here, I'll start with the Huduma White Box. Huduma White Box, maybe you can click on it, we just explore. Huduma White Box allows us to really submit our innovations at whatever stage. It doesn't matter what kind of innovation. It doesn't matter your sector, whether you are in agriculture, you are in health, or you are in ICT, so long as it is an idea. And if you have an idea and you are in agriculture and you are not able to come up with maybe a platform, we have a pool of talent whom you can partner with and be able to work closely and become a team and propel the nation. Now, when you submit your innovation, we normally have so many options. One of them, we do training. In the training, we do entrepreneurship, business modeling, product development, and market entry strategy. That is for the training. We also have those with ideas. You need to bring your idea to a level where it can hit the market. So we have ideation. We also support that. Commercialization. And we also have linkages with our partners. So those who are willing can approach the white box. Mentorship is also offered. Also incubation countrywide, not just to a specific sector. Interventions that we normally have exhibitions, and we also have competitions for innovators. So always be visiting ICT Authority site or Smart Academy for such initiatives. Now, when it comes to infrastructure, through Konza Technopolis, we have Jitume Labs countrywide, and I think in Makueni, we have some. You can visit our resources and be able to access.
In our past life, I think we have worked together. You are doing very good things, really. But apparently, even us here, we seem not to know what is happening. Then, how about those who are out there, a youth in other areas? How do you ensure that youths are reached?
As you are aware, whatever I have projected is actually online, right? So we have really tried to reach to as many youths as possible through partnerships. We have partnered with the universities, with TVETs, with even the local communities. They are aware about some of these initiatives. Thank you.
I have a question for you. UNDP, with the Konza Technopolis, I think, came up with a Green Tech Hub to support youth in matters regarding AI. And there's been a conversation on how to roll out from Konza. You see, Konza is our place, okay? But we want that place to be more of a digital place now that is being accessible to every youth within the country. The way Patrick has said, most of the youth, you are saying you are engaging a lot of youth in Nairobi. Youth in Western don't know about Konza Technopolis. Youth in Busia don't. So what we are saying is to assist, because I know the president has had a lot of partnerships with most of these developed countries to try and support the youth. And our state departments and have really been not been able to move this information to the grassroots and make the youth embrace it. So if you can be able to tell us if there is a plan to roll up some of these programs too, so that the youth, Lukose, can be able to access an AI service from Konza Technopolis, from Kakamega. Yeah.
Count that done. Whatever you are saying is being done progressively. This is where Konza has targeted TVETs, and it's rolling out Jitume labs in most of the TVETs. And you realize the TVETs, once they roll up the lab, it is not just open for that particular TVET. It must be, the condition is that it should be open to the community, and the community is also invited in that particular forum. So we have hours when the labs are open for the institution. Then we also have days when those labs are open for the community. So it is work in progress, but what you have said is something to also look into, and we are going to propel it. Thank you.
Okay, before I hand over the mic to him, I also had a question on innovation. So if somebody has an idea and he submits, you know, some people have faced the problem where they have submitted ideas or proposals and the ideas have been stolen. So how do we keep our innovations or ideas safe?
Okay, the white box is a place where ideas are submitted, and most of the ideas that are submitted, you realize when they undergo evaluation. And when they undergo evaluation, you find some of them are interconnected. It is a piece of the other. So what happens, you get communication that contact this person or this, so that if you are willing, you can now come together and have one innovation. Because you realize most of them are not really innovation. They are pieces of innovations, but when combined, they come together. Now, the idea of innovations being stolen. Let me also ask you a question. Which one is the better devil? Keeping the innovation or it being stolen? Which one is better? Okay, and what do you mean by stolen? Because some people have innovations in their head. They keep it for maybe like 2 years. 2 years later, you realize it is outside. Did someone steal? Somebody just thought like you. So sometimes it's not about stealing. It is about thinking the same, or you talked to someone yourself without even knowing. Thank you.
I think those are too many questions for her, not unless it's just one. Keep it brief.
Yes, mine is tailor-made to the sector specific. Yeah, I happen to do a research on artificial intelligence, the barriers to adoption within the agricultural sector, and with particular to Ministry of Agriculture. And my outcomes were just amazing. There is still a problem within the Ministry of Agriculture in terms of the ICT adoption. We all understand that ICT is not devolved within, from the national, you know, there is just too much capacity building, but for sustainability, there is a gap. And even for the officers that are deployed and trained on some of the agtech solutions and how to go about some of the innovation, they're easily transferred. So you realize one officer is capacitated to implement a solution, then the next 1 or 2 years is transferred. Then there is nobody to replace him, or the officer replacing him is not really skilled on the solution. So as an authority, I think this should be a concern because I've seen the ministry really suffer. And even the officers, the old officers, the last time Minister of Agriculture employed was too long ago. They are not even interested in adopting some of this innovation. Even the young people who are being trained, they will just be somewhere trying to find their solution to survive, like my brother here is surviving. But now on the mainstream, there's a challenge. The continuity is not there. It's something that is really missing.
Okay, thank you. I think that one is noted. Noting means it will be relayed.
I want to release Gwen because of time.
Okay, for every one of us, we have we have something for everyone. Make sure you register for free cybersecurity awareness training. It takes place every week. Go to smartacademy.go.ke, scroll down. You'll be able to see it. It's for everyone. As you connect, you need to understand also the impact. As you talk, you also need to know what you're saying. So how are you going to be attacked? Protect yourself and your loved ones. It's free of charge. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We really appreciate that presentation and also the questions. They were enlightening. They are good. And I think we are in a good position to invite our next presenter. Oh, sorry. Let's really appreciate our sister, Gwen. She's done a good job. Yeah. That was really brilliant. It was nice. We really appreciate. We at least know whatever ICTA is doing in terms of supporting our youth. And as I welcome the next presenter, Dr. Buta Ogeto, an industry player, I'd love to point out to some questions which have been asked, and I was able to observe something that we may be doing so much and people don't know that we are doing that. So I think it is good if in whatever we are doing as industry players, we keep communication as key component of whatever decisions we are making, because not unless I know that there is a digital hub somewhere, I'll not be able to, it will not help me. Neither is it going to help anyone. So that is just something which I needed to point out. So Dr. Abuta, we really, we want to welcome you for this session. And because of time, I'd like us to narrow down to whatever technologies and innovations that are in place right now in the horticultural value chains, which are supporting these value chains, which we are dealing with here today. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think I have to set my stopwatch so that I don't get into loggerhead with you. Okay, and now my time starts now. Yes. Now, as regards myself being an industry player, is the fact that I come from Konza Tropicals, not Konza Technopolis. And I had prepared a presentation, which I'm not going to do because of time, but I want to refer you to our website, konzatropicals.com. It is very simple. You can pretty much understand everything there. And if you are not able to get anything, I'll be there to clarify on that. Secondly, you will also see our partnership with SAFTA. SAFTA is South American and African Trade, Fruit Trade Assistance. So that is another one. And I'm going to merge that one into my presentation so that I can beat two birds with one stone. So we are talking about technology and innovation. But I want to pull the innovation bit because technology to a large extent has been done and redone, especially by the CEO of the ICT Hub. So I'm not going to dwell on that. But I want to draw you to this. When I was in college, I was doing a statistics course, and I realized that most of the things that were being communicated in form of statistics could not be consumed by the general public. It is only through stories that the numbers were consumed. And in my former life, I was a newspaper writer among the people who started DN2. And what I was doing is to break down numbers and tell them as stories. And DN2 has been popular since. It's been maintained as a pullout in the Daily Nation to date. You can Google me to see some of the stories I did from that time. Now, where am I going with this? I'm saying that one innovation that we really need to spruce up is being organized. And I want us to think of the tea industry, the dairy industry, and the coffee industry. Not so much of right now, but in the 70s, 80s, and early 90s. It was so organized that somebody who had a tea farm or a coffee farm or had cows, they could actually go and earn a salary. They actually used to say at the end of the month, in my vernacular, I am going to eat money, meaning they are going to earn a salary. And it was literally so, because once you get the money, you could be able to buy food and do that. So why organized? Because by being organized, and I wish that the Ministry of Cooperatives could be represented here, is that this enabled you to leverage of economies of scale, so that farmers who are from one region are organized by a certain cooperative. This helps with the economies of scale. It helps with the aggregation, with marketing, being formalized, and having statutory compliance credentials. So that is something which we need to rethink and work on and be able to spruce up. Secondly, is that we need a stronger story-based marketing. And I want to throw this to you once again. Why do you think teaching is one of the most popular university courses? Every other young person who is getting into university, they were like, why don't you do teaching? Why don't you do nursing? Why don't you become a lawyer? Why don't you become an engineer? It is because as human beings, we are social beings. We consume human-based stories. We consume human-based experiences. We consume humanized products. And we also consume humanized services. So, the first person who was successful in most of our villages was a teacher. The other one was a lawyer, because when problems come, that is the person you go to. The other person was a doctor or a nurse, because when you get sick, you go to a nurse or a doctor, right? So it created a picture of this is the right place to be. Now, when it comes to our products, we need to tell these stories. Now imagine Nairobi County is having a program to feed almost 1 million kids. But I have not seen even a bottle of juice of mango being incorporated in that meal. Remember, the president wanted to buy a machine that can process 1 million chapatis. I can tell you for sure, it will be far much easier to process sweet potatoes, either in terms of chips or crisps, for 1 million children than it could be for chapatis. That is a story that we need to tell. Number 3, we have had sweets here. From Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, today is on Thursday, KSL, KSL, KSL. Why can't we have a mango-flavored sweet among those options that we have? It's a story that we need to tell. Third is, when it comes to health, the conversation about health is that we should go the health way. We should take things which are healthy. And I think the products that we have here are among the healthiest. We should package that story, and in every hospital, every patient should be given their tablets with a glass of juice. And we can see how we're getting there. Now, look at this. We can also sell our stories through the social enterprise model. For example, the activities that are being done by farmers could be contributing to crime reduction. They could be contributing to income generation for people who are previously unemployed rather. They are contributing to nutrition in families. Why do we need to tell these stories this way? So that we can expand our market and support base beyond the agriculture sector. There are people who can buy in because of the narrative that you have decided to exploit. And that will be beneficial for us as an innovative way to go. Then, Coca-Cola has a marketing budget of $5 billion. That's about 700 billion. Half of Kenya's annual revenue is Coca-Cola's advertising and marketing budget. And Coca-Cola, everybody among us knows Coca-Cola. So why do they need to invest this much? They know that every other day you need to remind somebody, do this, do this, do this, remember me, remember me. And I want to give you a practical example here, kindly. All of us who are here, if I ask if you can remember at least names of 10 people who are here, about 80% will fail. And we can try. Can we start with Bwana Lusetti? Okay, I don't want to go there. Because our nature as human beings is that the more a story is told, the more it is believable, the more it is done. And it is better for somebody else to tell that story instead of you yourself. If you read the book of Mark chapter 5 verse 20, when Jesus healed a demon-possessed man, he told him, go and say what has been done to you. And the people marveled. Finally, on that, we need to have a strategic partnerships, especially on the co-creation aspect. The people who have advantages on the market end, and the people who have advantages on the product end, and the people who have advantages on the value chain end. We need to have a co-creation formula so that each and every one of us can focus on the aspect they do best. So because of time, I want to stop there and hand over to Madam Moderator so that I don't offend you, isn't it? Thank you so much. I've taken 8 minutes, so I think I am less. Yes, thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Daktari. We really appreciate your presentation. Can we treat Daktari well? Yeah? Let's treat Daktari well. Yeah? Let's prepare ourselves. Ile ya moi. 1, 2. Let's start. Haya, let's start. 1, 2, 3. Thank you so much, Daktari. We really appreciate. Tumefunga na tumefungua. So you can take your seat. Daktari has decided not to delve in whatever was written there, but on something else which is very important. And I really appreciate that you were able to speak about that, because that is a pivotal, very important aspect about innovation, about information, and how information can help drive and promote agriculture and youth businesses. Probably at one point, I think we worked at DN2 together, and I really, I know the power of the media and what it can help do. So we should consider having this as one of the key pillars of our work. So at this point, I don't know whether we should have questions. No, I think Daktari was very clear in his presentation, and we really appreciate. And I'd like to welcome Ambassador Daktari. Welcome.
Tutakupatia ya kilo ama ya moi. Naye tumpatie ya moi. 1, 2, 3. Funga. Fungua. Hayo ndio ya nyayo hiyo. Thank you very much, Benadine, for having steered that clear for us. We are moving on to the next session right away. We have lost a number of minutes, but I think we'll be okay. The next session is, I think it's at the back page. This is not my booklet, but it's okay. It's session 8, Policy and Institutional Frameworks for Inclusive Youth Participation in Policy Processes for Thriving Youth-Led Agribusiness. That's where we are at this point. We need to digest these issues. To start us off is one of our youth champion, Mwakavi, Justice Mwakavi. Hello, Justice. Justice Mwakavi will talk about participation of youth in policy and practice. And from there, then we can move on to other speakers who are in the house already. Karibu sana. Karibu. Sinumukaribishe. It's very youthful, isn't it?
I'm a youth.
Yes. Karibu. Not youthful.
Not youthful. Thank you. I'm Wakavi Justice again. Yes, and being from the county government of Makueni, where public participation is highly practiced. The county has been able to implement various policy initiatives to promote youth participation in the agriculture value chain. And we've some key lessons that we've learned from these initiatives, which includes youth empowerment through training and resources. It is through the trainings that we've had with the young people that are seeing some of the milestones we're talking about today. With, I said, we've now the ATCs that is now training the young people. Through that and the trainings, we've been able to allocate resources which supports the young people in agripreneurship. For the last 6 years, when we started the youth in when we started the program on youth empowerment, youth in agribusiness empowerment, initially there were no talks about youth involvement in agriculture and all that. But through these trainings and sensitizations, the government recognized, and even the youth themselves realized that there are roles for each, for everyone to play in the value chains. The current financial year was one of the best. And it is through such and the collaboration that we do with the development partners. I did mention that we have a network for the youth serving organization, Makueni Youth Sector Working Group for youth serving organizations, that is also helping us to reach out to more young people who are able to engage in policy making, who are able to engage in allocation of resources. The current financial year 25-26 was one of the best, because at least we saw an increase in allocating the resources meant to support the young people. And through that, we've been able to collaborate with more partners, KCB Foundation, Equity, among others, who are now able to channel their resources. This year we allocated about 30 million for a program we call Tujiajiri that is now taking care of the young people in our training vocational centers. 800 of them that are now training, and after the training, they get tools to start enterprises. We have another program that we call Ujuzi Teketeke, Ujuzi ya Haraka. You train for 3 months. After training, you get tools, you start your business. And this has been enabled by the power of involving the young people in the policies, in allocating these resources. There's a program that we call VBA, Village-Based Advisors Model, in the county. With the young people across the county that have gone through trainings on the various agricultural value chains, and working closely with our technical officers in the various sectors to help reach out to other farmers as they earn an income. It's been leveraging the efforts of the county extension system, increasing the number of small farmers accessing and adopting new technologies and farming practices. Then the issue of climate smart agriculture. The county of Makueni, which any other county should prioritize climate smart agriculture because it's a key pillar in food security and economic growth. It's one of the strategies that can help our young people to develop resilient agricultural practices as they improve their livelihoods. I mentioned about collaborations. It makes me wonder when you find programs running from national government, from the counties, so many organizations running programs. But you go find some are not able to run, maybe from the private sector and the organization, because some governments do not recognize these private institutions. Governments, and this, the reason why Makueni we trying some of these programs is because the government has enabled or given an environment, a good environment for development partners to work. I know you've witnessed most of the national programs being launched in Makueni for several years. It is because of some policies that have been put in place, because of the strategies, because of the reception that these development partners receive from the government in place. And with that, it has now enabled even the partners to be part of the processes that we have in formulating these policies, allocating resources. Last week we were doing our annual development plan. And as we do that, through the youth sector working group, this week we are having another engagement, an online engagement. It's another approach on digital use. We use the sector to engage with the young people, to submit their views. Because we are now thinking of 26, 27. And it is happening this Friday. For the young people to engage, give their views, what they think needs to be done, what needs to be dropped, where we should increase resources. And it's been working very well with us. Sometimes you find the governments have limited resources. But collaborating with these serving organizations and with the clear policies, it becomes easier for them to allocate resources to make some of these processes easier for us and to happen. just say, you need to do a particular program, is I can be able to support up to this tune for the process to be complete. And it's something that maybe can be emulated by other institutions to support the youth in agripreneurship. With the Makueni Youth, the Makueni County Youth Policy 2022 that provides a framework for promoting youth empowerment and participation in county development. It is recognizing the youth employment creation as a growing challenge and encourages other county departments to support youth initiatives. With very key policy initiatives, the Makueni Youth County Youth Policy 2022, Agricultural Development Policy, we have Digital Agriculture Policy, and out of that we have the best practices. I mentioned about the capacity building and training, because with the right skills, the young people are able to make informed decisions on what they want to do. The government is able to make an informed decisions on what they want to support, how and which area. Access to finance and markets. Supporting youth-led agribusinesses with access to finance and markets. When you're trying to look at the various value chains, we look at end-to-end. And this is easier when you are now working closely with the sector groups. Because you find some organizations that are supporting production. There are those who are supporting marketing. Others are supporting maybe distribution, access to resources. And with that, everyone is able now to align themselves. And you find that it's something that can be discussed in a one round table. The other thing is about climate resilient agriculture that's being promoted in the county. As I said, we come from a nasal county with two different areas. We have lowlands, we have highlands. But then there's this tradition of you must maybe grow something like maize because it's what we eat. In the past few years, we've been able to advise our farmers not to just grow stuff because it must be grown, but with the right knowledge on where you come from, understand your climate condition. It's a practice. And these are seen, most of our young people now make informed decisions in terms of production and in terms of resource allocation. And when partners come, we're able now to advise on where to invest. So generally, the use of technology is assisting us in Makueni in terms of the policies. With those platforms that we've enabled the young people to engage, not necessarily when the youth to be in Makueni so that they can be part of the things that we do. We've been doing these town hall meetings with the young people, the online meetings, those in Mombasa, Nairobi, and other places. Diaspora, we call them diaspora. After the public participation that we do, and which we encourage our young people to participate, to allocate resources for themselves and for their initiatives. And it has really worked well for us, giving us now an environment that we can maybe work and collaborate with them in all the sectors. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Justice Mwakavi. Amuja mpatia makofi mazuri. Thank you. We appreciate your presentation. We shall have a plenary or Q&A session later once we are finished with the presentations that we have ahead of us. We have a presentation, public policy, Lennox Ocheng. A few moments, and we know public policy. Many theorists, because we deal with theory, we are told we are accused of being paid, or we have declared we are paid because of theory. Sometimes I wonder, how do we get to theories? I teach some of these things. A theory is born out of practice, isn't it? About research, repeated research, to be able to come up with certain findings that can be replicated elsewhere and all that. Now, when you teach that, I think it's fine, in my thinking. So research and practice should go hand in hand. Theory and practice should go hand in hand, isn't it? And now we're talking about public policy. These are practical issues that we are looking at. In practice, what is public policy and how it is made? Our concern today is how do the youth participate in the policy processes? We have structures that have been established. Have youth contributed to those structures? Are they served by those policies? And policies is about authoritative allocation of resources in our society, according to one author called David Easton. It's about resource allocation. How do we allocate resources in our society through public policy? How are the youth benefiting? Do we see the niche that we have in our country, that we put the money where the youth are, and in this agribusiness, for instance, as one of them being agribusiness and the value chain, processing and value chain, this production to create jobs, to create decent jobs for our youth in our country. How are resources allocated in that direction? Why do we have more resources allocated? 17% only allocated to education when we're supposed to be at 25%. Education also, trickles down into all our sectors, isn't it? That's where we train our agricultural officer TVETs, get money from there and all that. So to discuss some of these issues, I know public policy is a very wide field. To start us off is Lennox Ocheng. Karibu.
Asante sana Bwana Balozi. I don't know whether we give people time to stretch. It's okay. So who want to stretch us up? Just to ignite us out. I see my friend here want to stretch us on. He's looking behind.
Where? I've been caught unawares. But ndio mjue nilikuwa pia aware in our first session. It's good to capture something so that if you're caught unawares, you're able to respond very fast. So, nitafanya ile ya mwalimu wa asubuhi wa Kiswahili. Kuna mtu anakumbuka? Sawa. Okay. Nasikia tunakunja mikono, tunarusha miguu. Ama ni kukunja? Ama ni kukunja miguu, kurusha mikono. Sawa. Tunafanya aje? Moja. Ongeza. Tuni. Oh, haina miguu hiyo. Sawa sawa. Moja. Ongeza. Moja. Sawa sawa. Mbili. Ongeza. Mbili. Sawa sawa.
That was a difficult one.
Thank you so much. I'm going to try to be brief as I can today because the time is almost to allow translation. So my name is Lennox Otieno. I am an agribusiness by training, theoretically and practically. Practically, I mean, as a youth, I'm not a Gen Z, but I'm a youth. I started from somewhere, and this has really given me an opportunity to learn a lot along this sector and the value chains. I'm happy to have heard that somebody mentioned Bukura. I started from Bukura. That is where I got my insight on practical aspect of agriculture. And then the rest, then I landed at the policy level. So why policy? Policy is a very broad thing when it comes to agricultural sector and other sector. But I'm going to be specific to agricultural sector. We all know that agriculture is a devolved function, almost full, and the only thing that is remaining at the national tier of the government is actually the policy formulation and overseeing the implementation. So then, where do we find ourselves as youth along the segments? One, the truth of the matter is that most youths in the agricultural sector are not involved in the policy making processes. In fact, a smaller percentage is normally involved. And I'm lucky that I became part of that smaller percentage. So at times, in those boardrooms, I think in most cases I found myself the youngest person. I am even admitted because things that are being discussed are high level that youths are not in those boardrooms. And as youth, we cannot force ourselves into those boardrooms where decisions are made. But then, we need to align ourselves. How do we align ourselves? We all know how policy formulations starts. And they start from the grassroots levels, from public participation, from stakeholder engagement. And these are specific county areas where we can find ourselves. If a policy, for example, is being formulated from within a value chain, let's say potato value chain, and youths are not involved in potato value chain, then how do we find ourselves in that line? So first of all, we as county government in the house, who are part of stakeholders in the policy formulation, must enact laws that prioritizes for youth involvement in these policy formulations. Ideally, it is almost at a certain that if you're involved in policy formulation, it will be very easy for you to understand and to do a follow-up on the implementation. And we all know that youth is the next generation or the future generation of the sectors and for this country. So that is number one, that we have to accept that county government must be involved, and they have to involve the youth when they are making some of these formulations at the grassroots before they are escalated to the national, where they can be enacted as instruments. So what are some of the policies that needed to be developed along the value chains? Because along these value chains is where youth play a key role in implementation and in being engaged. So along the value chain, for example, in the input provision, we really prioritize for youth. My sister here said that he started his cultivation by asking her dad to set aside part of land to her, but is that sustainable? So we need to formulate policies that actually subsidizes inputs to allow youths that are organizing themselves in groups to actually get these subsidized inputs. This will allow them to continue supporting themselves along those kind of value chains. I know most counties, and I heard Kakamega County talk about the mechanization and supporting youth through the agricultural training school in Bukura, but this is not happening in most counties. So as counties, I'm very specific with counties because I know the national government and the tertiary will develop policies, but the main use of these policies are the county government. So then we need to support youths by setting aside mechanization funds that youths that have organized themselves in groups can actually borrow the finances to buy equipment that they can actually use for production purposes. You know, Gen Zs are part of youths. And you know, Gen Zs, they don't like dirtifying their hands when they're doing production. So we really need to develop policies that will also support some of us in production. And commercializing production actually elevate this country to another level where we can realize our target in terms of the output and the harvest. That notwithstanding, there has been use of technology, innovation in the agricultural sector. But again, we've not streamlined policies that can actually be adopted to streamline some of these architect solutions. Today, myself as Linux, I can decide to develop a solution, or I can ask the engineer to develop for me a solution, and I'll be using it. So long as it's registered under Play Store, under Google Play, then I'm using it. But then you realize it's very expensive for me to develop that solution, the policies to support me. We have data privacy act in place that sometimes do not even allow me to access real data and biodata from the field. So I end up investing in a solution, and then it is not going to be sustainable into the future. So we are asking the stakeholders and the government that we need to formulate policies that can actually not only support but can also protect the patent rights for developers. Someone said here that you think of an idea and then the following day it's gone. It's because we don't have policies that protect our incubators. So these are some of the policies that we really need to champion through our government and the people who are responsible to actually support and protect our youth who are so innovative with the ideas. Now, when it comes to production, land is a factor of production, and it's becoming a challenge that it's even expensive to own that part of land by either being leased for or even buying. I remember when I was in class 6, my father bought land. I come from Homoi, and he bought land 10,000 per acre. And you can imagine that was early 2000. 10,000, and this mzee will be coming for his money, and he could be recording. Akiwa na shida, he comes and records and gets the money. But you see, that kind of local arrangement will not sustain my father. Probably he will also sell it. But for sustainability, how do we support youth in acquiring land through the rightful channels? We need to push county governments through the local leaders, MCS, to actually create laws that can set aside the land banks. Because I believe in every county, either immediately after the devolution, has the national government land somewhere that they can actually set aside for production, to be given aside for youth to actually include the ideas so that other people can come and learn from those particular land banks. So our local leaders should put this in place. They should promote the creation of land bank act so that those who do not have land and are interested in learning agricultural ideas can actually go there, set their ideas, and then be supported in the incubation. Okay, so as I summarize, I would encourage ourselves in this room that policies alone cannot elevate ourselves to the next level. We have to be practical with our ideas. Agriculture is actually theoretical and practical. Kenya is best known for policy formulation, but the implementation becomes a challenge. But then we must involve youth in these policy formulation processes so that tomorrow, if Balozi is not there, then myself and my sisters here can pick up the ladder. We don't want to start looking into studies and looking for development strategy policy documents that were put in place, and we even don't know how to translate them. Otherwise, thank you so much.
And thank you. Appreciate Linux. Thank you, Linux, for that starting us strong. Public policy is a complex process. As you mentioned, the youth do not take part in policy decision making in those groups, but the youth are able to influence public policy in many, many respects, including elections. Also, they can influence the policies through groups, advocacy groups that will generate the agenda. You know, policy process has many levels or many stages. the agenda setting being the most important. The youth have the capacity to actually generate